the American spirit of engagement. Moments like this, though brief, carry the weight of decades of partnerships and the promise of future collaboration. And what a wonderful sight we are witnessing right now at Complex Bunga Raya. In rare and light-hearted moment, President Donald Trump has joined the Malaysian dancers, moving to the cheerful rhythm of the ensemble, a spontaneous gesture of goodwill that instantly lights up the ceremony. The ceremony continues. We can see Prime Minister Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim and President Donald Trump engaging in a light and friendly conversation here on the tarmac of Complex Bunga Raya. And parked nearby is the presidential limousine, the family black state car known worldwide for its security and symbolism. And beside it, the Malaysian Prime Minister's vehicle, ready to lead the convoy. Both are surrounded by tight yet discreet coordination from the Royal Malaysia Police, the US Secret Service and the airport security personnel. Now both Prime Minister Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim and President Donald Trump enter the vehicle, the motorcade doors closing gently behind them. In just a moment, the convoy will depart from Complex Bunga Raya, making its way toward Kuala Lumpur Convention Centre, where the ceremony will continue.
Baik, itu dia tadi kita telah pun saksikan secara langsung sebenarnya ketibaan Presiden Amerika Syarikat Donald Trump yang telah pun selamat mendarat di Malaysia bagi menghadiri sidang kemuncak ASEAN ke-47 yang ketika ini sedang berlangsung di Ibu Negara.
Ya, dan apa yang mencuri perhatian saya sebenarnya, saya kira dalam setiap pemimpin negara ada sinikal dan kelakarnya kan.
Betul.
Kalau sebelum ini tular di platform media sosial di TikTok dan sebagainya, Perdana Menteri Timor-Leste dengan sinikalnya, berjalan dengan kelakarnya, bersahaja. Tetapi hari ini kita tengok sejarah juga apabila Donald Trump ataupun Presiden Amerika Syarikat menyaksikan formasi menari tarian tradisional kita, turut ditirunya, juga diikuti oleh Perdana Menteri Dato Seri Ibrahim, dan inilah juga antara kebersamaan ataupun bersahajanya pemimpin kita ini menzahirkan kemesraan sama mereka. Baik, kita tinggalkan seketika berkenaan dengan ketibaan Donald Trump yang pastinya mereka sedang menuju ataupun delegasi tersebut sedang menuju ke KL Convention Centre. Kita nak bersama sekali lagi dengan doktor dan juga akhbar di studio. Kita bersama dengan doktor terlebih dahululah. Doktor, apabila kita dari pagi bersama kita melihat delegasi dan juga deklarasi ditandatangani penyertaan Timor-Leste dan sebagainya, semua mempersetujui, dan tadi kita melihat ketibaan Presiden Amerika Syarikat dan sebagainya, pelbagai lagi mesyuarat dan juga persetujuan akan dimeterai bersama. Doktor, di penghujung ini, harapan kepada semua yang kita saksikan dalam sejarah sidang kemuncak ini.
Ya, saya rasa kita ASEAN Summit yang ke-47 ini antara yang paling besar lah yang kita lihat, banyak leaders. Saya rasa ini juga berlaku di antara geopolitical tension yang semakin ada sekarang, dan saya harapnya apa sahaja yang perbincangan yang akan dijalankan dan dilakukan nanti boleh menjamin sebenarnya kepentingan untuk semua negara dan bukannya dikuasai oleh hanya major powers kepada negara-negara lain yang tidak begitu berkuasa. Jadi saya rasanya kesamarataan dalam perbincangan itu harapnya boleh dihormati.
Baik, dan mungkin dari akhbar sendiri sebagai seorang mahasiswa yang belajar di Malaysia dari Timor-Leste, bagaimana akhbar sendiri melihat kan dengan gabungan Timor-Leste bersama-sama dengan 10 negara anggota ASEAN yang lain, di mana ini dilihat bukan sekadar simbolik semata-mata tetapi benar-benar menjadi kuasa serantau yang turut memberi impak yang baik secara global.
Okey, untuk harapan saya daripada Timor-Leste menyertai ASEAN ini merupakan salah satu big achievement untuk Timor-Leste lah. Such a young country, achievement yang besar. Yang saya harapkan adalah ini bukan menjadi sebuah simbolik saja. Ini merupakan sebuah achievement untuk Timor-Leste yang dapat memberikan impak yang besar kepada negara-negara lain, yang negara-negara keanggotaan ke-10 yang lain, dan juga Timor-Leste sendiri. Dan juga daripada saya anak-anak muda, saya harapkan bisa menjadi lebih inclusivity, bisa menjadi one step forward toward a good thing, seperti itu.
Akhbar pun senyum lebar hari ini. Sejarah buat akhbar juga, buat negara juga. Tahniah dan selamat datang ke negara anggota ASEAN. Apapun, kita nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada kedua-dua tetamu kita, iaitu Profesor Madya Dr. Ko Ying Hoi, Profesor Madya di Jabatan Pengajian Antarabangsa dan Strategik Universiti Malaya, juga kepada saudara baru kita, iaitu Akhbar Jihad Sagran, mahasiswa Universiti Malaya dari Timor-Leste. Dan pastinya penyertaan Timor-Leste ini bukan sebagai ataupun bukan sekadar penahaman angka dalam negara anggota ASEAN, tetapi membentuk satu kerjasama yang terus hidup untuk pelbagai perbincangan, persidangan dan juga pembinaan dasar demi kebajikan serantau di ASEAN ini.
Dan selamat datang kita ucapkan kepada Timor-Leste bersama-sama dengan ASEAN. Dan nampaknya kita akan terus saja bersiaran langsung bersama dengan siaran khas sidang kemuncak ASEAN ke-47. Ya, untuk anda semua jangan lupa untuk terus setia kekal menonton kami di Bernama TV, dan kita akan pass over sesi kita ini yang bersama-sama dengan rakan setugas Jerat dan juga JC, Arif.
Dan di sini kita berakhir. Saya Arif Muhammad dan juga Dina Natasha Aimi. Anda jangan ke mana-mana kerana siaran khas ini akan terus bersambung di Bernama TV. Terima kasih.
Tanggal 26 Oktober 2025 bakal menjadi satu lagi detik bersejarah buat Timor-Leste kerana pada tarikh inilah Timor-Leste diterima masuk menjadi anggota penuh dalam Persatuan Negara-Negara Asia Tenggara atau ASEAN. Menjadi ahli baharu dalam keluarga besar ASEAN pastinya memberikan pelbagai harapan dan impian di kalangan warganya.
Sebagai warga negara Timor-Leste, pertama mungkin ini suatu hal yang sudah kita tunggu dari dulu. Sebagai warga negara Timor-Leste, ini menjadi kesempatan bagi negara kami, terutama Timor-Leste, untuk menjadi anggota ASEAN dalam waktu dekat nanti. Seperti yang kita ketahui, Oktober nanti ini akan membuka peluang-peluang baru bagi kita, khususnya untuk kaum muda di Timor-Leste. Apalagi saya sebagai jurnalis, ini juga sangat penting bagaimana nantinya kita bisa memperluas lagi hubungan kita antara negara Timor-Leste dan 10 negara lainnya di ASEAN, dan kita harapkan dengan ini bisa memajukan lagi tidak hanya dalam sektor ekonomi, kesehatan, tapi juga pendidikan, karena sebagai negara yang baru merdeka dalam tahun 2000-an ini, pendidikan menjadi salah satu hal yang sangat penting bagi kita.
Pandangan saya bagus, karena kita masuk di ASEAN itu kita bisa saling bekerja sama dengan negara lain, bisa tukar pemuda antara pemuda dan negara-negara lain di Asia, khususnya menjadi anggota ASEAN, itu lebih bagus. Tetapi kalau tergantung pada anggota ASEAN, negara-negara yang mau menerima kita. Tapi kebanyakan saya dengar itu, saya lihat, saya baca itu banyak yang menerima. Kita juga masih perlu banyak belajar, ya, banyak belajar bagaimana untuk bisa menjadi anggota ASEAN. Nah, itu yang di masa mendatang kita mengharapkan, tapi lebih cepat lebih bagus kalau kita masuk anggota ASEAN itu, karena kita lihat pada geografi kita sebagai negara di bagian Asia, ya, kita lebih baik kita bergabung dengan ASEAN. ASEAN itu lebih bagus. Itu untuk masa depan masyarakat Timur, pemuda-pemuda, kita bisa pertukaran dalam budaya, dalam pendidikan, dalam segala macam.
Selain itu, kemasukan Timor-Leste ke dalam ASEAN juga diharapkan dapat membuka peluang pelancongan kepada negara muda yang penuh dengan keistimewaan dan keunikan.
Iya, itu yang kita sangat gembira, sangat bahagia. Karena semakin banyak turis, semakin banyak kunjungan, kita juga bisa mendapat income. Itu salah satu faktor di sini kita harus kembangkan. Itu tentang di sektor pariwisatawan. Itu yang diutamakan di sini, kita di Timur-Timur. Kalau dari ASEAN, itu kita mengharapkan harus lebih banyak berkunjung ke wilayah Timur-Timur, ke negara Timor-Leste.
Mungkin dari yang di luar melihat Timor-Leste sebagai negara kecil di ujung timur seperti itu, tetapi negara ini memiliki keunikannya sendiri, karena seperti yang kita ketahui negara ini memiliki sejarah yang sangat berbeda. Dari awal Portugis, setelah itu Indonesia, kita terus pada saat masa-masa PBB dalam 1 tahun itu kita bercampur, apalagi dalam yang paling unik di sini kita ada 4 bahasa yang harus diketahui oleh semua orang, ya, harus dipahami, begitu dibelajarkan begitu. Khususnya pertama bahasa Tetung, bahasa kita sendiri. Kedua, bahasa Portugis, itu bahasa nasional kita juga. Dan karena kita di sini sudah terlanjur dekat dengan Indonesia dan Australia, of course kita harus mengetahui bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Dan ini sangat unik. Jadi untuk setiap orang yang ingin ke Timor-Leste, mungkin dari negara-negara Eropa, mungkin mereka berbahasa Portugis atau Eropa sedikit, kita bisa mengerti karena bahasa Portugis. Dan untuk yang dari negara lain yang berbahasa Inggris, seperti itu juga. Dan apalagi kalau dari kawan-kawan seperti dari Brunei, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapura yang bisa memahami bahasa Melayu, itu pun sangat mudah dipahami, dan itu yang unik di sini.
Apa yang penting, penyertaan Timor-Leste ke dalam ASEAN bukan sahaja melengkapkan rantau Asia Tenggara di dalam satu kesatuan serantau, tetapi juga membuka jalan kepada kejayaan bersama di antara komuniti masyarakat ASEAN di masa hadapan.
Malaysia, in the heart of Southeast Asia, a place where modern cities stand beside rainforests, where different cultures live together, and every corner is full of color, flavor, and friendly faces. Now, as the chair
And terima kasih. Thank you.
Malaysia, a nation of promise and progress, proudly steps into the ASEAN Chairmanship in 2025. A decade ago, we held the chair as the ASEAN community was born in Kuala Lumpur. And now, Malaysia is once again ready to drive progress and empower the people of Southeast Asia. ASEAN is now more than an association of nations. It is a symphony of shared dreams, a chorus of hopes intertwined. It breathes with the rhythm of unity, with a vision that lights the path to a brighter tomorrow. Together we have forged a path towards peace, stability, and prosperity. Through the trials and triumphs, ASEAN has grown even stronger. Today, we stand as an economic powerhouse, poised to become the world's fourth largest economy. Our resilience is unshakable, our resolve unwavering. In 2025, we will forge ahead, bold, confident, and unyielding. This is ASEAN's moment to shine. As chair, Malaysia will embrace the future with a clear vision. We will champion inclusivity, creating a region where every voice soars and no one is left behind. We will drive sustainability in all we do, securing the long-term well-being of our people. Together, we will build a future where everyone can thrive.
ASEAN is a community of nations of shared dreams, an excellent example of how neighbors can sit down and work together for the betterment of our people.
In 2025, under the guiding light of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, a new chapter will begin. This marks the start of a 20-year journey, a journey where we rise not as separate nations, but as one. One community, bound by progress, peace, and purpose. One vision, driven by the promise of a greater future for generations to come. Together, we will shape a future of shared peace, stability, and prosperity, where our unity drives us forward and our legacy endures. Welcome to where it all begins anew.
Selamat datang, welcome to Malaysia.
A very good morning, Malaysia, and thank you very much for staying with us. Jared Ratnam and Jesse Chahal, together with Nadia Latif and Dr. Koo Ying Hui. There's quite a smorgasbord of talents in the house. This Bernama Radio. They were sitting in this morning on Apa Khabar Malaysia to give us the lowdown on what's happening at the 47th ASEAN Summit. Very exciting couple of days, and she's already interjecting. Before, yeah.
That's how it's going to go. Just excited to say that, who else is in the house is, of course, the US President Donald Trump. He was just received by the Malaysian Prime Minister Dato Seri Anwar Ibrahim at the grounds as Trump descended from Air Force One, and then he also welcomed Prime Minister Anwar into the Beast. So quite an exciting morning, not just for media, but for all Malaysians and all those watching around. I don't know if Malaysia
saw the dance. He did a
bit of a jiggle.
Yeah, a bit of jiggle and wiggle. And I think he's excited that he's here. We're all excited to see what's going to come out of this now. I think the bigger thing is we've got ASEAN members, we've got the dialogue partners. What's going to come out of it? Is it going to be just signing pieces of paper, or are we going to move with something a little bit more tangible, something to fortify ASEAN as a bloc, as a voice?
Well, officially it is day one at the 47th ASEAN Summit and related meetings. On the table, of course, is the peace deal. President Trump did speak about signing that deal immediately upon arrival. It will be witnessed by Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, and this, of course, is the deal between Thailand and Cambodia, and that will kick off the morning. But also there will be a weigh-in and a lengthy discussion about the 5-point consensus as well. That's
right
on the table.
We also have Dr. San on standby. He's somewhere within the city limits. And he'll be joining us via Zoom very, very soon. But very quickly, let's just get thoughts from everyone about where we are at this point. This morning, we saw something significant, and I'd like to start with Dr. Koo, because she's been doing work on Timor-Leste for the past 13 years. Now, to see them become jersey number 11 or the 11th member of ASEAN, what does this mean to you? And maybe if you want to extend it to the people of Timor.
Yeah, I would say I am so touched, and up to today that I'm still recollecting my thought about the admission of Timor-Leste that finally becomes a reality after such a long wait, because they were given a lot of false hopes in the past. But I think what I'm hoping really to see how Timor-Leste is moving forward, and how Timor-Leste's democratic spirits, and always with the high spirits of solidarities and unity among the people and the societies and the nations, can really also instill something towards the ASEAN member states itself. So that is something that I think the immediate hope that I will certainly have, and to see how the both can actually learn from each other, and to see the additional flavor coming from Timor-Leste, which is a country that with a very distinctive political situation.
Right. It's interesting she says distinctive political situation, but I'll get your thoughts first. No, what goes through your mind, Nadia?
No,
of course, it's sustainability and renewable energy most of the time.
Yeah. I mean, when we were watching this morning with the heads of state coming in as early as 7 plus 7:30, and looking at them come, I mean, the first thing that came to mind was, I'm sure the immense background work that was happening, and we had not only community members, we had children who was representing the deaf community, but more so when you're talking about greeting your new member of ASEAN, it's about, if you're going to say it's inclusivity and sustainability, hence why the topic was sustainability, right? How do we actually make this real? So very often the discussion for the last few months has been, how do we bring from declaration to real impact on ground, especially for the people living in ASEAN, the people who probably are not necessarily aware of the session that's going on today, but really started on a good high note. And we're definitely excited to see what's going to be coming out of the next few days.
Jessie.
And I really wanted to expand on that and take a moment to do that, talking about the work that goes on in the background from all layers of society who are involved in this directly and indirectly as well. I was at the Kuala Lumpur Convention Centre for the past few days, and you really see this symphony all come together, because there are the service teams, they are the media teams, they are the government officials, they are the assistants of the assistants, and so on and so forth. And it really is a coming together. I think what Malaysia has done on this very day, on the back of President Trump arriving as well, is something we can all be proud of. Whatever your opinion or your stand might be on certain issues, it's a moment to really step up and celebrate this particular moment in time.
We're going to get back to Dr. Koo in a short while to talk about peace and reconciliation. It's a very interesting thing, we want to help Timor-Leste, but how do we help them? We've got Dr. San joining us from the Federal Capital, if I'm not mistaken. Isan, thank you so much for taking time off to be with us today. Of course, I'm sure a lot of things are going through your head. You're going through all your feeds now and also putting together an article, I'm sure. What were your first reactions when you saw POTUS land in Malaysia, or did you see it?
Well, I think in musical term, this is really like the coda or the grand final act of a piece of symphony, and that is a Malaysian rotating chairmanship of ASEAN throughout last year. And of course, a significant piece of accomplishment was the admission of Timor-Leste into the ASEAN family. I'm sure it's going to enrich our diversity, as well as with its abundant oil and gas reserve, hopefully our prosperity as well. And of course, today we have porters seemingly very happily landing on Malaysia. And then he's going to witness the brokerage of this peace between Cambodia and Thailand. I think that's something quite significant, testifying to the ability of ASEAN, and this year under Malaysia's chairmanship, to indeed making sure that all members are coexisting peacefully. And then hopefully after the bilateral discussion this afternoon, we will have some good news, further reducing the 19% tariffs imposed by, well, the big man himself. Hopefully it could be lowered to, let's say, 15 or even 10%, well, symbolically at least. And then, of course, the overall ASEAN discussion with President Trump, the big man himself. Hopefully that would also reduce the tariffs for many other ASEAN countries. I heard murmurs of this, perhaps some sort of progress in the Myanmar crisis, and I'm sure tonight's working dinner would be quite a departure for President Trump with his staple McDonald's hamburger and Diet Coke diet. So hopefully that should really give a very conclusive and happy sounding coda to this year's Malaysian chairmanship of ASEAN.
Happy is that note. I just wanted to jump in to say that the menu for the dinner has been shared, and apparently it's going to be a mostly Western dinner, if anybody was wondering, with roast chicken on that menu. Gerard.
Fantastic. Would you like to echo what Isan is saying? I mean, he's talking about Porter's arrival, and what does this all mean to you? Because most of you study the region, study the world, the dynamics geopolitically.
Yes.
What are you reading?
Well, I will see there's a lot of, huge attentions towards Trump's policies, and whether there are also arguments whether is he now emphasized on Southeast Asia. I think not necessarily so. I think his focus was first thing, as you see, the Cambodia-Thailand deal. And if you see the Cambodia-Thailand deal, it is a very interesting fact that why he has so much of interest in this here. So if you look at Cambodia itself, Cambodia has actually nominated him for the Nobel Peace Prize, which he didn't win. And that add on to the nuances of his interest, his personal interest into this peace deal, really. So apart from the peace deal, and of course, I think another issues that we're going to see is how is Malaysia and also the ASEAN is going to deliver the discussions on Gaza crisis, because we shared different point of views when it comes to Gaza crisis. So this will be a very important platform, as I see, for the Trumps to actually deliver on this.
I think his positioning here as well, and his arrival in this part of the world, is off to Japan and then South Korea as well. He's seeking to emboss his credentials as not just a peacemaker, but a global peacemaker in chief, the main peacemaker. Of course, he's trying to settle a lot of the truces happening between various different countries as well. Now, for example, for the peace deal today, as Dr. Oisan has mentioned, for silencing their guns, he has agreed to bring down the tariff to 19%. So he's at the table, he's willing to negotiate as long as there is some positioning for him as the peacemaker, perhaps.
Right. Let's just go back to Isan online, who's joining us from Kuala Lumpur. Just want to get your thoughts on what people or what Malaysians should know with regards to what's going to happen for the rest of the next 2 days. Okay, so everyone's gone through this whole week of traffic being deviated, just so much happening within the city, and people have been calm and have been very collected, and they've been also trying to make this happen for Malaysia. I mean, it is palpable, the sense of responsibility and working together. Now, what should people know as to what's going to come out of these next 3 days? A lot of people, a lot of us who don't read about these things or who not know always say, I don't think anything will come out of this. Well, how can you help us understand this?
Well, I was supposed to be the most perhaps impacted party because my KL residence is right opposite the main entrance of the convention center. But of course, in Malaysia, we practice sometimes very pragmatic arrangements. We seal the roads only when the convoys are actually passing through a certain stretch of the highways or the roads. We don't seal it forever. So that's nice. But of course, if you come back to the, shall we say, intra-ASEAN discussions, there will be some progress made, as I understood it, on various free trade provisions, for example, extension to services, upgrading of, because nowadays we have technological advancements, right? You need to upgrade certain sections of our free trade agreements, our ASEAN economic community arrangements, and so on. And in addition to the big man, of course, we have other dignitaries from outside of ASEAN coming. The Premier of China, for example, the Indian Prime Minister joining, as I understand, by Zoom or other means. So it is indeed, as I said, very befitting coda for us to hand over the ASEAN chairmanship to the Philippines. And I think we all look forward to ASEAN to continue being the epicenter of both economic as well as geopolitical developments. Yeah.
Right. Inclusivity and sustainability, I think that's a theme. That's what we're looking at, this time around. And with that, there's a lot of people who are learning to understand what that is. A lot of people who are very critical about what it is meant to be.
I wanted to also just a little bit highlight, when we talk about the theme, let's look at what's on the table today, what's happening at KLCC as we speak here. In just under 14 hours ago, the first female Prime Minister of Japan arrived, and of course on the discussion table today will be the ASEAN-Japan Summit, as well as the 22nd India-ASEAN Summit and the third Zero Emission Community, or the AZEC leaders meeting. And on the economic front, there will be a handover ceremony of the second protocol to amend the ASEAN trade in what is known as the ATIGA, which is the ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement. And as you've pointed out, Doctor, earlier, the big dinner to sum up that night. So the ministers and the officials and the VIPs and delegates have a day full ahead of them. Of course, the highlight also being Timor-Leste.
Right. So we're going to put POTUS on hold for a while as we wait for what's going to happen moving towards the afternoon and the evening. Let's go back to Timor-Leste for a while. Dr. Koo, you've been there for 13 years. You've also written this book on human rights. You should go get it. Rethinking Human Rights and Peace in Post-Independence Timor-Leste through local perspectives. And I think that's very important. And the way now, the questions you're bringing about now is about how we help them. Everyone wants to lend a helping hand. Now, I don't mean this in any bad way, but sometimes they say the road to hell.
Paved with good intentions.
Paved with good intentions, So what should we do? And we talked about this yesterday on TV. I just want to reiterate this. What should we do to ensure that we're on the right track with helping? I mean, doing the right thing for them.
Actually, it's very interesting if you look at Dili's slogan in conjunction with their admission is Together We Rise. So what does it mean by Together We Rise? Because if from the ASEAN's perspective, Together We Rise might means that, when it comes to economic developments and many others. But from the perspective of Timor, it can be a bit different when it comes to Together We Rise. It also inclusive when it comes to the political developments and many others as well. So I think in order for the ASEAN member states, especially when it comes to policymakers, to really understand Timor-Leste, I think to understand the local cultural context is very important because it's distinctive and it's unique on its own. And more so, I think ASEAN member states have been, the 10 of them, for a long time. Yeah, the last was Cambodia in 1999. So there was a huge gap before the 2025 with Timor-Leste. So it is something that also the ASEAN's learning curve in terms of receiving another new member after so long, being so used to the 10 ASEAN member states, because Timor-Leste is arguably always have a more democratic systems when it comes to political participations and many others, but I will say that there will be a lot of interactions between the two.
Right, but keeping that alive, and
yes.
The next word that comes to mind is sustainability. Sustaining that is going to be a very important thing. Just moving to you now. Yesterday, I also got context that the GDP of Timor-Leste, and people keep talking about how we need to bring Timor-Leste up to speed with other countries here in ASEAN. And if you look at Timor-Leste and Laos, and this was mentioned to me by Dr. Koo yesterday, the GDP is about the same. Yeah. So now, how do we reconcile with this, with regards to, we want to send help to them, but we also know that there are other countries still lagging a little. And how do we reconcile with this to sort of make sure economically everyone's sort of doing okay?
I think this is an open discussion, but
it has to be a buy-in, lah.
Definitely. And from the discussions that we've seen, I mean, just a few days ago we had a conversation with Dr. Tan Chi Meng, and just this morning the PM also talked about the fact that we cannot become ASEAN without the cohesion and the part being taken by everybody that was involved. So he said it in the speech that there is no one member of ASEAN that can solve for the ASEAN challenges unilaterally. So there is this need for coming together. And Jared, as you mentioned, I think one of the things that has been highlighted, despite the fact that ASEAN has come together up till to date, still signifies the fact that there are challenges in coming together in one voice, simply because everybody, including their GDPs, including where they are at in their development, are not on the same pace.
Very quickly, before you continue, the peace deal has been confirmed for about between 11 to 11:30. That's going to be happening. We're going to be taking you there and taking you live to this. Of course, all this is history in the making. What we're seeing on TV now, not us though, the signing of or the accession of the 11th member of ASEAN. And that's something incredible to see. Yeah,
it is incredible because this also completes the geographical representation of Southeast Asia. So the picture is perfect. Now moving on with their population.
Right, let's just go back to Ihsan in Kuala Lumpur for a little bit. If we can bring Ihsan back up on. Yeah, so Ihsan, you're in the middle of Bukit Bintang. I'm sorry, I just gave away your address, and I feel for you, but hang in there, buddy.
The roads are closed anyway, yes.
Okay. And I mean, before we let you go, is there anything you'd like to add to this conversation that we should know, given your area of expertise and what you've been reading for the past couple of months and moving into the last quarter of 2025?
Well, I think number one, of course, we welcomed Timor-Leste into our family. But admittedly, there are both successes and challenges when it comes to members of ASEAN countries. Number one, treating each other nicely. Well, nowadays we have, of course, the Cambodians and the Thais. They are getting back together. Hopefully, that will last. And we still have the challenges in Myanmar to solve. I recently, actually last year, I went to Rwanda for a working trip, and as you know, there was also something very horrible happening there in the mid. But now, of course, it's a very thriving country, extremely clean, as clean, I think, as Japan, and some would say it's the most hopeful country in Africa. So it is, of course, very possible as Timor-Leste moves forward with its, from what I was told, abundant reserve for oil and gas and so on, that it could similarly achieve all this wonderful prosperity. Just like also in the case of Vietnam, Vietnam is projecting itself to have a growth rate of 10% next year. We are not talking about 5%, 10%. And not so long ago, we were still talking about, Vietnamese boat people. So of course, it's very possible for for Timor-Leste to move forward. And I think all of us are looking forward to working closely and taking part in Timor-Leste's development.
Right, Doctor, thank you very much for your time. We understand you're in China as we speak.
He's in China, not Bukit Bintang.
And we hope to have you in the studio soon. There's a lot to discuss and unpack as ASEAN closes in the next few days as well.
Right, thank you very much, Ihsan. Very quickly, let's go to some updates as to what's happening at...
That's right. So we've just got confirmation that the peace deal between Thailand and Cambodia will be signed at 11 a.m. and Trump and Prime Minister Anwar are on their way to KLCC. Expected arrival time is in about 9 minutes. We'll take you there to show you that live feed as well. But after the peace deal, there will be a couple of bilateral meetings, after which President Trump and Prime Minister Anwar will meet with the media for their individual addresses and then move on to a trade deal and at 2 p.m. break for lunch. So they have a packed day ahead of them. And
with
we
a
are
late lunch, about that.
With a late lunch. I'm sure he's had a good breakfast on Air Force One.
Sure. Before we just take a quick break, I would like to thank Dr. Koo for being here. This is a book. Go get it. Can we zoom in on the book, please? Is there any way we can zoom in on the book? Dr. Koo, what's your closing remarks? You spent the weekend here at Bernama.
Yeah.
We should give you a recommendation letter of sorts. Your message to Malaysia and friends in ASEAN. Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is only day one, but I already felt like it has been a long time talking about the ASEAN Summit because everybody is actually waiting to see what's going to happen. And I think with the latest news about the peace deals and so forth, it goes back to how the ASEAN member states is going to assert their agency when they discuss with all the major powers and with the new dialogue partners as well. So I think that's what I hope they can actually assert the ASEAN centrality in the discussion.
Nadia, you're begging to... you're looking like I have a question for you. Please, shoot.
No, I do, but I think I am in complete agreement because when you were talking about Timor-Leste and you compared it with Laos, I think what Dr. Ihsan mentioned on how Vietnam has managed to kind of catapult itself forward, I'm hopeful because I've seen, even Malaysia has done it in the past. So we're looking at how can we not only increase the legitimacy of ASEAN, not only as a friendly bloc, but really as a voice of reason that starts asserting not only more, I guess, dynamism in where we're going to go, but it's really going to be the opportunity to level the playing field so the countries that may not necessarily be starting on the same plane as perhaps other countries who are considered either first world or upper middle income countries.
For them to catch
together,
up as well.
yes, correct.
That's
not
right.
only wait for them to catch up, but help each other grow.
That's right. I think.
But after going to Timor-Leste, my perspectives have changed. And when I saw Malaysians there, about 150 Malaysians, everyone's successfully doing their own thing, but giving back to society.
Correct.
And I asked them, what does it feel like? I said, for us, it's like where we were in the 80s, and we made some mistakes along the way. I think we can help them not make the mistakes we made to get to where we are or to be better than us. And that's some of the comments I heard from Malaysians living in Timor-Leste when I was in
really
Delhi.
resonates with the tagline, no one gets left behind, because you're taking into account every single country and their people as well. Now, ASEAN is a representation of 680 million people. It's now the world's 5th largest economy and will continue to grow and be a major player in global growth. All eyes are on Asia, of course, with the superpowers weighing in as well. President Trump goes off to China to also broker some sort of agreement or deal there as well.
Right, and the visual watching on TV now is that of the Prime Minister of Timor-Leste, Janana Gusmao, meeting with the Prime Minister of Malaysia, better known as PMX or PMX to us. They met earlier this morning before the signing of the accession of Timor-Leste.
And if you saw the morning, that particular moment when they put the flag of Timor-Leste on stage alongside the 10 other flags, it was a really proud moment, and we saw both the Prime Minister and the President of Timor-Leste standing proud.
And a few of the media who have come from Timor-Leste were actually caught shedding a tear because it was such a moving, as you've mentioned, Nadia.
Have you met any of them? Have you spoken to the Prime Minister or the President? Or
No, I've spoken with some of the staff. Of course, the Facebook is full of the pictures, the videos of this morning. morning, everyone was congratulating each other.
Apparently, there's some party going on in Delhi right now.
Yes. They have together at the same time with the ceremonials, of course, to celebrate this moment.
And you know, when we're talking to our members of media and our friends from Timor-Leste, we had an interview with the English national news station from Timor-Leste, and they said it's a good time to kind of reframe that narrative on what Timor-Leste really is, and so people can actually know that it's not what people think, and the news now can be reframed into what Timor-Leste is and can be. I mean, Gerard, you were on ground in Timor-Leste, and your experience told you a very different thing, right?
It is a very different thing, and I mean, I'm digressing here, but when you talk to people there, they are done with trouble, you know, and they're done with pointing fingers as to who did this to me. They don't want to do that. They just want to know how can we move forward, and how can we not make the mistakes that were made before. I think that's one of the biggest things they talk about all the time: peace and reconciliation. First, it sounds like, oh yeah, peace and reconciliation sounds like something churchy, but it is what they are essentially, intrinsically, as a people.
I think today is a turning point of how to make ASEAN learn and know about Timor a little bit more, because before I think the knowledge about Timor was very limited, and likewise for Timor-Leste to actually get to know the 10 other ASEAN member states. I think this mutual learning is very important.
And this is also really sealed and brought to life the essence of ASEAN, what that really means by our culture, by our language, by the way we treat people, and you know, to use a big word.
We saw that display of you know, ramah mesra, and you know, greeting people to our family and our home just this morning.
Right. We're going to have to take a quick break, and we'll come back shortly. Of course, we'll keep you updated throughout the day, because it's a big day in the city. Malaysia's big day out, being the chair of ASEAN. POTUS is in town. There's going to be something happening this afternoon. Of course, that's the peace accord going to be signed, with POTUS being instrumental in making this happen, and also Malaysia being a big part of negotiations. We'll come back with more information for you and take you to the relevant venues periodically, as and when we can, right here on Bernama TV. Stay with us.
Malaysia, a nation of promise and progress, proudly steps into the ASEAN Chairmanship in 2025. A decade ago, we held the chair as the ASEAN community was born in Kuala Lumpur. And now, Malaysia is once again ready to drive progress and empower the people of Southeast Asia. ASEAN is now more than an association of nations. It is a symphony of shared dreams, a chorus of hopes intertwined. It breathes with the rhythm of unity, with a vision that lights the path to a brighter tomorrow. Together we have forged a path towards peace, stability, and prosperity. Through the trials and triumphs, ASEAN has grown even stronger. Today, we stand as an economic powerhouse, poised to become the world's fourth largest economy. Our resilience is unshakable, our resolve unwavering. In 2025, we will forge ahead, bold, confident, and unyielding. This is ASEAN's moment to shine. As chair, Malaysia will embrace the future with a clear vision. We will champion inclusivity, creating a region where every voice soars and no one is left behind. We will drive sustainability in all we do, securing the long-term well-being of our people. Together, we will build a future where everyone can thrive.
ASEAN is a community of nations, of shared dreams, an excellent example of how neighbors can sit down and work together for the betterment of our people.
In 2025, under the guiding light of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, a new chapter will begin. This marks the start of a 20-year journey, a journey where we rise not as separate nations, but as one. One community, bound by progress, peace, and purpose. One vision, driven by the promise of a greater future for generations to come. Together, we will shape a future of shared peace, stability, and prosperity, where our unity drives us forward and our legacy endures. Welcome to where it all begins anew.
Selamat datang, welcome to Malaysia.
Hello and thank you very much for staying with us right here on Bernama TV as we are full gear or full steam ahead with the 47th ASEAN Summit happening in Kuala Lumpur at the Convention Centre. Now, a couple of things that we need to keep you updated with is at 11:30 there's going to be the signing of the peace accord, and that also is going to be followed up by of course, negotiations.
Yes, bilateral meetings.
Bilateral meetings,
A joint media address by US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, or PMX. Earlier, as the Air Force One touched down and Trump descended, he did do a little jiggle, a little dance, and it's out in the news as well. You could read it. He was dancing to the tune of Hawaii 5-0 with PMX watching, and so that was quite I think that moment will go pretty viral. But back to what's on the agenda today. After that joint media address by the President and Prime Minister, they'll move on to a trade deal. We'll of course give you more details on that, and followed by a quick, or rather the continuation of the summit, and then a late lunch later at 2 p.m.
Now the Cambodia and Thailand, will sign a peace agreement, like I said earlier on, and this is set to be, by a lot of people are commenting on it at this point, as a landmark achievement for ASEAN diplomacy. Good on Malaysia for helping sort this out. Now, delivering his opening remarks at the 47th ASEAN Summit, PMX, or Anwar Ibrahim, said the agreement proves that dialogue and understanding can prevail even in uncertain times. And I think we're using that to move forward in all other negotiations, because it's going to be a very tricky 2 or 3 days. Sometimes can be sensitive. Diplomacy should prevail more than anything else.
Right. It is the bloc's largest gathering to date, and you've got big wigs from across the globe arriving. Of course, the President of Brazil, the South African President as well, and China, who are weighing in, and all this trade discussions and about tariffs and technology and digital inclusion, sustainability and inclusivity, which is part of its theme, is the sort of big theme overall to ensure that it cuts through all these different discussions as well.
Let's just head to Dr. Hyun Ma, and he's joining us from the United States of America, civilized world. Dr. Hyun Ma?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, thank you very much. Is it a good morning for you there?
No, it's actually midnight.
Well, thanks for staying
You're just
up
playing
for us.
morning with us here, yeah? Okay.
Yes.
So, Doctor, a lot happening at ASEAN here in Kuala Lumpur. How are you looking at some of the big things on the agenda today? We're looking at the peace deal. We're looking at East Timor becoming the 11th ASEAN member. We're also looking at President Donald Trump's presence here, which signals a lot to the world.
Well, today I think the ASEAN meeting is really significant because, as you just mentioned, there are several events really, happened this time. First one, of course, is the inclusion of East Timor into this ASEAN organization. The second one, of course, is the United States participation in the Thailand-Cambodian peace negotiation, and especially President Trump's attendance. The third one, actually, I would say you also have other, leaders visit Malaysia during this summit, and of course, especially, I think you guys just mentioned, China-United States trade negotiation in Malaysia. So all these events really suggest that this summit is not simply about Southeast Asia or Malaysia or ASEAN. It's also about Indo-Pacific. It's also about the great power, especially U.S.-China relations. And of course, I think everybody is really interested, especially in peace and stability in ASEAN, especially between Thailand and Cambodia. As I think the big event today will be held is President Trump actually will, I think, attend the peace agreement ceremony. So I think that's really important.
Thanks, Doctor. Also, just very quickly to give all of us an update, this just in, Cambodia's Union of Youth Federation wins the ASEAN Prize 2025. They take home $20,000 cash each, and of course a trophy as well. Now, this prestigious award is a signal in terms of the recognition of outstanding contributions for youth engagement and advancing regional integration in ASEAN. Again, two very important messages and strides that ASEAN is wanting to move to.
And you know, Jessie, the organization is also one of the largest volunteer-led organizations with over 300,000 members there, all committed to nation building, committed to work on the ground. So it was a really proud moment for them this morning to be acknowledged for the work that they do and the commitment of the people there to advancing not only harmony but also assisting society.
Right, we just got another update that the ASEAN plenary at Tiga has just commenced, so we'll be hoping to get some news from that, or at least some information with regards to what's happened there. Coming back to you, Dr. Hayun Ma, once again, I'd like to thank you for spending your very early morning with us here in Malaysia. Nadia, your question for...
Dr. Hayun Ma, you know, you were talking about the Thailand-Cambodia peace agreement, and of course all eyes is on the leaders that are here today. But what does that tell us in terms of ASEAN's evolving role, not only in terms of conflict prevention and peace building, but, you know, larger in terms of economic focus and progression? What are your thoughts?
I think the reason why so many people have really focused on this event is because if you look at the ASEAN history, from an economic cooperation association, now gradually involved in peace and security issue, especially I think Malaysia's efforts in solving Philippine domestic conflict, southern Thailand. So now you can imagine ASEAN Malaysia, they actually have advanced this kind of peace effort to interstate peace and stability. So that's why I think ASEAN actually began to evolve from an economic association to a more regional peace and stability focused organization. So in this sense, I would say ASEAN really has grown steadfastly and also continuously to grow as more like beyond economic bloc. So I'm not sure if we can really see the future of ASEAN as like European Union, but I can see the direction ASEAN is going now. Just like, you know, European Union in the 1950s began to have economic integration. Now gradually developed into kind of security and diplomatic, you know, bloc. So I see ASEAN now actually is going that way, basically for economic cooperation.
Nama TV, thank you very much for joining us on this Sunday morning. Very quickly turning into the afternoon already. It's about 9 minutes past the hour. In Kuala Lumpur, we will be taking you live to KLCC or the Convention Centre shortly for the upcoming plenary session, yeah?
That's right. The ATIGA will be taking place. That's the ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement. It is getting a facelift, a glow up, a boost in concessions, as well as a promising 99% trade openness. And that is crucial if we talk about keeping those borders open and speaking from one nation to another, letting that flow of business go through and bring and bridge those gaps.
Yeah. If I were to expand on what Jared said this morning, as well as what Dr. Hayun Ma mentioned, was the fact that when we're talking about ASEAN and where this is going to go, it doesn't matter whether it's going to be trade or diplomacy, knowing that we're not starting necessarily on the same plane, how do we level the playing field as best that we can? And at the same time, because he mentioned the EU. Now, if you look at EU, there are, I suppose, structures in place where if there are declarations and, I suppose, member states are not necessarily complying what they've promised, there are repercussions. So there are sort of like checks and balance. Right. So some of the critiques of ASEAN are looking at, can we then go down that direction so that we're not just a group of friendly states?
Right. I just have to stop you there to take a look at what's happening at the Convention Centre. Of course, His Majesty the Sultan of Brunei has just come in, and I think we're all getting ready for the Artiga, which is going to be starting very, very soon. So all the leaders have made their way into the hall.
That's right. For all the talk and the excitement that has been building up past few days, this is when leaders will really walk the walk and talk the talk, as they say. A lot of expectations coming out of this summit. We've spoken to many captains of industry. We've also spoken to experts, analysts, economists, and so on. And have all weighed in on what they hope will come out of this 47th ASEAN
Right. Just
Summit.
going back to what you were saying, you were mentioning something about a level playing field.
Yeah, so when I was talking to Tan Chi Meng just a few days back, one of the things that they were talking about when talking about analysing where ASEAN can go, because you said, okay, we're not talking about the unrest that has happened perhaps in the past at Timor-Leste, let's look ke depan, right? What are some of the options? And one of the things can be on how do we build integrated frameworks that are going to be helping, not just beyond the declaration of nation states signing together, but how are we going to really bring this into impact on ground. And I think a lot of people are hopeful to see how not only are we going to be able to help Timor-Leste, but how Timor-Leste is going to be able to help us understand some of the things that we should be doing better. As you mentioned, including clean energy, including economy, including diplomacy.
Right. This just in, Premier Lee Chiang will be in Malaysia. He'll be landing at 4 p.m. At 3 p.m., the Prime Minister of South Korea will be here in Kuala Lumpur. And like you rightly pointed out, the frameworks that need to be looked at, I guess that there are many frameworks already. Now, integrating it is going to be another task in and of itself. Now, what's a simple way of tying all this together? Can you give us a simple example, Nadia?
ASEAN's not short of declarations, right? So, for example, we know that we had the Hanoi Declaration to ensure that the different states come together to, for example, in terms of social policy, in terms of social safety nets, be able to have social workers in place and things like that. On the other hand, of course, we've got things like pushing ASEAN Vision 2045, which is, of course, looking at innovation, people-centered region, and what do we want to see in the next 20 years. So the aspirations are great. We've got everything from AI and tech and all the way down to social justice and ensuring that the most marginalized in ASEAN are not left behind.
Right. So once again, going back to updates for today, we've got the Artiga, which is just commenced in the Kuala Lumpur Convention Centre at 3 p.m. The head of state of South Korea arrives in Malaysia at 4 p.m. The Prime Minister of China arrives in Malaysia, Li Qiang. And at 5:50 this evening, the arrival of the Prime Minister of New Zealand. You've spoken to the Prime Minister of New Zealand. What is that like?
Of course, he is, as Trump will say, a great guy, and he has a vision, and he is upstanding towards the relationship that both Malaysia and New Zealand has had over the years. One of our oldest strategic friends, we should call or say it in that particular terms, because that is the term that he referred to as well, saying that the relationship between Malaysia and New Zealand is one that has so much more potential in areas of defense and trade and even education. So we spoke at length in New Zealand, and we of course welcomed him here to Kuala Lumpur as well.
While speaking to him, what was some of the things that stood out to you? What was one thing he said that made a lot of sense with regards to New Zealand working with ASEAN or New Zealand working with Malaysia?
Well, first and foremost, speaking to us from Malaysia, he did highlight the importance of continuing that relationship and partnership with Malaysia. He's also very excited to be here for ASEAN. He said it's a good time for New Zealand to meet the rest of this part of the world and other world leaders as well. He's particularly fond of PMX, and he did say that it is a time to really get to the table and look closely at how we can really work together again in areas of defense and trade, but also in education and even in food, because there's a lot of import and export that happens between both our nations.
Right. One thing that comes to mind is Susu, New Zealand.
Fern leaf, durians also, by the way.
Having said that, one of the bigger names at the 47th ASEAN Summit is the new Prime Minister of Japan, Sanae Takaichi. And I mean, she be the first woman Prime Minister of Japan. Something really huge for the people of Japan now. I guess there's a lot of expectations with regards to how she's going to perform. So what are your thoughts, Nadia?
Well, I think the president.
And I specifically went to Nadia because, it's a women's rights thing.
We'll come to you, yeah. To talk about women's rights too. But, I think if you are talking about how she's going to be taking Japan into their next chapter, it's really exciting to see because, as you rightly pointed out, just a few months ago, there was one lady in the whole ASEAN lineup, and then now they're all men again.
Right.
So the very fact that the President of the United States is going to have a direct one-to-one meeting with her is also something that we're going to be watching. And of course, Malaysia has always had good ties with Japan. We've always had our Pandang Timor strategy. So this is, going to be a one-up from the strategies that we've had before.
And, the relationship between Japan and ASEAN is over 50 years.
Yes.
So that's long-standing, and we continue to grow together. The previous Prime Minister had also visited Southeast Asia as his first overseas destination and outlined at that point itself the basic foreign policy for Japan towards ASEAN. We're getting a live feed here from the grounds of the Kuala Lumpur Convention Centre. We're seeing many of the nations and their leaders being represented here up on stage. And of course, this classic image
right
of
over left
friendship and
this is the ASEAN handshake.
That handshake and that agreement, that nod towards keeping that relationship strong.
Excellencies, you're kindly requested to remain on stage for our next event.
I think PMX has a lot on his mind today, and I must also wonder about how tired he could be.
Right, let's bring Dr. Hayunma back on the airwaves. Dr. Hayunma, thank you so much for staying with us, being very patient with us whilst we're having a conversation in here. Now, we were talking about the big name at the 47 ASEAN Summit. We're talking about Sanae Takaichi, the new Prime Minister of the land of the rising sun. Your thoughts on her?
Well, this is the first time when you have such a popular leader in Japan, especially as I mentioned, as a female leader. She's more attractive, I think, than most male politicians. But more importantly, I think, especially in the context of global populism, you really see her popularity among Japanese people or voters really indicate Japan in many ways will follow Trump's policy. So that's the reason I think why Trump want to meet her, and also I think Japan and the United States will strengthen the relationship. And for ASEAN, I think the first stage of relationship between Japan and ASEAN is more focused on development. You have development aid, these programs, etc. But now I think Japan probably more actively involved in ASEAN security issue as well, through such as security aid and other programs. So I think Japan will definitely, under her leadership, will play a greater role in future in Southeast Asia. Probably will making Japan and Southeast Asia closer than ever before.
Right. I think one of the biggest questions now would be how do you see? And I really want you to be to think this question through before you answer it, and we expect a real answer from you because you are the one and only Dr. Hayunma. Now, the question is simply this: Malaysia is the chair of ASEAN this year, and what are our pluses and minuses with regards to being the chair of ASEAN?
Well, especially I think Malaysia, if you look at this year, quite successful, really impressive. There's several events. I remember last year or this summer, I was in Kuala Lumpur, and I can see a lot of meetings, conference to talk about ASEAN issues, and also especially I remember the financial problem or issues, the financial ministerial conference there. It indicated actually Malaysia, of course, now you can see is really important to many countries.
Dr. Hayunma,
especially.
Dr. Hayunma, we will have to stop you for a while and probably get back to you later because we have to head to the KLCC. The Prime Minister of Malaysia is currently giving an address. We'll come back to you. Please stay on the line.
That's right. We take it now to KLCC. Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim is there addressing the summit. This summit will focus a lot on community building, regional integration, economic cooperation and collective efforts to strengthen ties and, of course, to face global challenges. We take you there right now.
Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada,
We use very much English tradition, right honourable. I don't know why not left. Excellency Antonio Costa, President of the European Council. And our dear Madam Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. Now, our privilege this year is based on the theme Inclusivity and Sustainability. And it comes at a defining moment as we confront regional challenges, geopolitical uncertainty, and growing geoeconomic fragmentation. Now, we have upgraded ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement, ATIGA, and it is certainly a decisive step forward. The signing of ASEAN-China Free Trade Area 3.0 on 28th October will mark a new chapter in our partnership. Beyond ASEAN Plus One framework, we are accelerating the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the world's largest free trade pact. We will host the 5th RCEP Leaders Summit tomorrow to give a new momentum to this implementation. May I now request politely the members of the media to adjourn for tea or coffee. Yes. Please, I don't want the coffee to get cold. Terima kasih. Kak Pungka, thank you. Earlier I made this remark of special thanks to Prime Minister Anutin for taking the trouble. We appreciate this. But I must also say this, that during my chairmanship, I must give special recognition thanks to Your Highness, Tunku Sultan of Brunei, for his invaluable advice. All along, from the beginning, I went to seek his advice because no one has that experience of sitting down to all these plenary sessions of ASEAN. I also benefited immensely from Sonakse of Laos because of the previous chair. Laos was very cooperative with us, but more so to President Prabowo, Subianto, and Indonesia because you've been a great friend, very helpful, very supportive in all our endeavors to conduct the affairs of ASEAN. Now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as for the tradition, we will first invite the guests of the chair, and we begin with the Prime Minister of Canada.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for that introduction, for your hospitality, and for your leadership in this vital forum at this historic time, and your leadership over the years and going forward. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, it is an honor to be here. I chose this summit and this visit to Malaysia as my first trip as Prime Minister to Asia for a reason. And that is, like ASEAN, Canada values sustainability and inclusivity in everything we do. And I felt as I walked in to the summit, as I
And he came through for us.
No, Jesse, whenever Gerard called me, I just cannot turn it down.
Wow,
I have to be here.
I'm blushing, but you don't see it. Well, Azmi, so much has been happening since this morning. And of course, our Prime Minister is in the midst of going through another session now. And we're waiting for the outcome or waiting for a live feed to get back there. But I think the first big thing that happened this morning was Portis's arrival.
Yeah.
And of course, Timor-Leste's session as the 11th member of ASEAN. Your thoughts?
Yeah, true enough. 15 minutes on the tarmac. I think is a record for President Trump.
Yes.
He never put his time on the tarmac itself. So it's going to be very interesting. Yes, everybody is smiling. He's holding Malaysia flag and also the United States flag. But again, what happened behind the doors? I think this afternoon
the
will
Prime
be the
Minister
meeting.
was in Air Force One for a short while, I think, prior to, or rather President Trump took a while to descend from Air Force One. And I was just wondering if there was some sort of discussion that was happening with him and some other leaders, or even with PMX, who was on the tarmac.
No, Jesse, I think it took a short while for the President Trump to emerge from Air Force One. It took not some time, but I think it's faster than the usual time he took.
Perhaps it was just us waiting for
Yeah,
that
I guess. I think
situation.
you are excited, but the more important thing is the face-to-face meeting.
Yes.
Prime Minister Anwar and also President Trump, what's happening behind the scene, I think that's the more interesting thing. But again, I think the prelim, we see he's happy. I think President Trump happy to be here. I think he understands that it will be a lot of advantage for him. Especially on the Cambodia-Thailand ceasefire agreement, so that he can claim that this is one of the war that he
ended.
ended. Even though I know the true story behind that, but again, Gerard, I know Gerard is smiling right now, but again, Gerard, I think let's give the limelight to President Trump. Doesn't matter. I think we need to discuss. Prime Minister need to discuss face-to-face meeting with President Trump.
I think there's diplomacy and tactical strategy as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And that jiggle was actually just shown on TV again earlier.
Right. Now, and I guess when it comes to the geopolitics of the world, you're the go-to subject matter expert for us now. It's quite a thing to deal with. And a while ago, we spoke to Tan Sri Syed Ahmed Alba, and he said Malaysia is in a very good position to be able to bring the global north and south to the table and sort of find some balance, and they can do this through ASEAN. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think credit should be given to the Prime Minister, not only as a chairman of the ASEAN, but Prime Minister of Malaysia. I think the presence of the world leaders here, including the friends of ASEAN, I think credit because of the Prime Minister's stature on the international stage. I think that's the most important thing that we should understand.
Right. All eyes are now on Asia, not just ASEAN, but Asia as well. How do you view this? What could be the single most strategic win for Asia at this point, with ASEAN really propelling this part of the world forward?
Well, Jesse, we cannot expect a miracle to happen, especially on the trade war, on the tariff. But again, a few minutes ago, I saw in the Fox News, United States, the one that they pick up is the Trump move. When he dancing along.
Yes,
the things that go viral these days.
Yeah, it will go viral
instantaneously.
Yeah, I think ASEAN is in a good position to talk with Trump, so that the tariff, especially tariff.
Did things take a sort of a turn when we heard Trump make those announcements early part of the year? There was a little bit of, I mean, it shook the world a little. But now it seems that that narrative has switched. Have things just calmed down, or have positions moved a little?
No, I don't think so. Jesse, you are very, very optimistic. I know you're very optimistic. Don't expect too much about that. But I think it's just an opening that we can talk to Trump face to face. And I have the full confidence of Prime Minister Gerard that he can talk to Trump, that he can advise Trump, that he can show that ASEAN is important for Trump. Look, Prime Minister Anwar will say that, Gerard, that look at the Cambodia and Thailand issue. You made the move, Mr. President, so you can say that this is one of the war that you eliminated. so-called.
Apparently, people in America aren't sleeping because of what's happening here. Dr. Hayun Ma is still with us. Dr. Hayun Ma, maybe Nadia, you want to speak to Dr. Hayun Ma about what Azmi said and try to find a balance between these two gentlemen here.
Dr. Hayun Ma, are you still with us? Now,
yes.
Earlier when we were talking about give POTUS his limelight, give him his space. I mean, we saw this on X this morning where he was talking about this is the great peace deal that he's also managed to broker. And of course, I think it's quite clear that for President Trump, this is also another business deal. He's also trying to position the supremacy of the US as well as the reality that he does need ASEAN. It's not just a situation where unilaterally the United States of America can exist on its own in such a country that we now exist. Doctor, understanding that ASEAN is a much younger, is a much more vibrant, it's a bloc that has a runway of growth that potentially can supersede Europe, for example, or EU with a much younger population. What are your thoughts on what can actually happen?
Well, I think you're right. Trump is a deal maker, so that's why I think Southeast Asia, Malaysia especially, is the best place for him to do some deal. First of all, of course, he claimed to be a peace president, so that's why he's really, eager to get the peace award, and also that's why he wants to attend this peace agreement ceremony. So that first deal, I would say, very personal, very symbolic. The second one, I think, is more about his personal business, family business. Well, I'm not sure if he intended to develop some business in Malaysia, but at least in Southeast Asia, it seems he's very interested. And if you remember, I think, last month or so, there was a video about his talk with Indonesia president about some business. So people say, well, Trump seems to be very interested in building some golf course, at least possibly first in Indonesia, then maybe in Malaysia, who knows, in Brunei or in other Southeast Asian countries. Now, I think at the national level, definitely United States, as you mentioned, need ASEAN, especially, for example, semiconductor, especially ASEAN as a buffer zone. So for this time, for example, ASEAN Malaysia provide a buffer zone, our place for meeting with Chinese, with other countries' leader. So that's why in many ways I think Southeast Asia, Malaysia especially, is a good place for Trump to materialize his deal. So let's see how many deals he can make this time in addition to this peace deal.
So how many deals he can make this time? Of course, Trump positioning himself not just as a deal maker, but a global deal maker, which of course brings us to the same point, Doctor, that you're sharing. We just wanted to highlight as we speak, in fact, the peace deal proceedings has just begun, and Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim as well as President Trump are observing this treaty or this agreement or deal being signed. We speak about peace in this part of the region. Azmi, how do you weigh in on the global peace deal or the peace deal that's happening now and the impact it would have, what it's saying globally?
It shows that a lot of us are surprised that the ceasefire has been agreed immediately without any constraint to it. And I think it's due to Prime Minister Anwar as the chairman, because the first 24 hours when this particular issue, Cambodia, Thailand, erupted, he did call the Prime Minister of Thailand and also the Prime Minister of Cambodia. Mr. Trump only called on the fourth day. I'm stressing this on the fourth day only.
I think it's about to happen, still hasn't happened yet, and then when we do, if we do get visuals, we're going to put them on at that point, because it's going to be something very significant for Thailand, Cambodia, the folks in the United States of America, and also for us. Yeah,
that's right. This also really highlights ASEAN's success so far. Been making strides, especially over the past few weeks, in terms of advancing peaceful and constructive work that will help to resolve disputes, reinforcing confidence in Malaysia as well. And that says a lot of what we're bringing back for the country from this ASEAN pool, Azmi.
Yeah, not only for the country, Malaysia, but also for the whole ASEAN, basically. Why President Lula is here, why President of South Africa is here, just to open up the market. Yeah. Not only for ASEAN, but also for Malaysia. So even though there is a perception, Nadia, that the Prime Minister is more inclined towards China, but it doesn't show.
Yes.
It really doesn't show. So I think Mr. Trump understands that how important of ASEAN in this particular case. When he talk about the trade war, when he talk about the South China Sea, I think Malaysia as a chairman is trying to be very, very neutral in this case.
Interesting you mentioned President Lula of Brazil, because when you talk about Brazil, you need to talk about Timor-Leste, because Timor-Leste has a foot in the door with the Lusophone-speaking countries. Now, how will this all tie in? So there's Brazil, Timor-Leste is the new member. Will this make it easier to trade with Portuguese-speaking countries?
I'm not so much worried about Brazil and Timor-Leste. I'm worried about China and Timor-Leste.
Right.
That China is trying to put their foothold in Timor-Leste. And Malaysia understand it 15 years ago. So that whatever decision Timor-Leste made must be in line with ASEAN.
Okay, just walk us through that again.
Case. Yeah, because 15 years
lot of phone calls. It was a beautiful day. I remember how beautiful it was. Turnberg is a great place, but I said, this is much more important than playing around the golf. So we sat there all day long making phone calls, and it was amazing the way it came together very quickly. I mean, really very quickly. You caused me very good entertainment. I could have had a lot of fun, but this is much more fun for me than anything having to do with almost anything, because you're saving people and saving countries. But ask them to choose the path of prosperity and peace over needless bloodshed and war. At the end of July, after extremely productive discussions, we reached a ceasefire agreement. And now these gentlemen, and they really are gentlemen, high-quality people, both went to college in the United States, and now these gentlemen are about to sign what we're calling the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accords. Good name. Both countries are agreeing to cease all hostilities and work to build good neighborly relationships, which they've already started. 18 Cambodian prisoners of war will be released, and under this agreement, observers from ASEAN countries, including Malaysia, will be deployed to make sure that the peace prevails and endures. And I have no doubt that it will. We have another situation like that right now in the Middle East, and Gaza. You might have read a little bit about Gaza, and that's another one we're very proud of. But we have a lot of people watching that. A lot of people. I think this is a much different kind of a thing. The two countries are getting along really well. Today, alongside this peace treaty, we also are signing a major trade deal with Cambodia and a very important critical minerals agreement with Thailand. The United States will have a robust commerce and cooperation transactions, lots of them, with both nations as long as they live in peace. And I really feel that when we make deals, we see two countries that we do a lot of business with. We do a lot of business with both of them. We have to use that business to make sure they don't get into wars. But this is going to be a very long peace. So as you know, this is one of 8 wars that my administration has ended in just 8 months. We're averaging one a month. There is only one left, although I heard that Pakistan and Afghanistan have started up, but I'll get that solved very quickly. I know them both, and the Pakistan, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister are great people, and I have no doubt we're going to get that done quickly. That one started up a few days ago. And I just feel it's something I can do. I do it nicely. I don't need to do it, I guess, but if I can take time and save millions of lives, that's really a great thing. I can't think of anything better to do. But the 8 wars that my administration has ended in just 8 months, there's never been anything like that. Never. There never will be either. I can't think of any president that ever solved one war. I don't think anybody. They start wars, they don't solve them. So nothing like this has been done in history, and it's an honor to be involved. On behalf of the United States, I'm proud to help settle this conflict and really develop good friendships, including people that work with each team. Look at these very distinguished people, except for my people. My people are much less distinguished, but they're very good. But look, my people understand the joke. But look at these very distinguished people, and I've gotten to know them. I want to thank Marco Rubio for being here. He was great. You always help. He's born for this job. He really was. He was born for this job. Secretary of State Jameson, thank you very much for all you did on helping too. He's the foremost expert on trade, and we're going to be doing another couple of stops where we'll be talking about no war, just pure trade. We'll be talking to President Xi in a day. We'll be stopping at Japan. We'll be stopping at South Korea. And we'll be doing some other things, but they're more related to trade. But on behalf of the United States, I'm proud to help settle this conflict and forge a future for the region where proud independent nations can prosper and thrive, safety, security, and peace. It's an amazing thing that's happened to the United States because a year and a half ago, we were a dead country. We were actually a dead country, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And when I called you, we were in the process of becoming hot. It's actually quite a while right now, but we were sort of on our way. And we had won the election big in a massive amount. And so I was respected when I called you, and it was a little bit easier. I think it's easier when you respect somebody than if you don't respect somebody. If you don't respect somebody, it never happens. But I won't forget that day, because it was one of the first wars that I got involved in, and I love doing it. It's like, I shouldn't say it's a hobby, because it's so much more serious than a hobby, but it's something that I'm good at, and it's something I love to do. The United Nations should be doing this, but they don't do it. You know, they don't do it. They turned off my teleprompter when I made a speech. I had to make a speech without a teleprompter. They're good at that. The escalator wasn't working too well. It came to a complete halt. But, I mean, the United Nations has such great potential. I wish they could do it. They didn't get involved with us at all. We just did the deal and reported the deal, and everybody was sort of amazed that we got it done so quickly and so nicely. But now I'd like to ask Prime Minister Anwar to say a few words, and then we'll hear from Prime Minister Hun Manet and Prime Minister Newton. And these are, I just have to say it for the last time, these are incredible men. The way they came together, the way they worked so hard, and we worked long hours. It was not long days, because the days were few in number, but the hours were very long and very intense. There was a lot of intensity going on, because it was a lot of shooting happening while we were talking. That brings it to a new level. And the three men sitting there should really be credited with having done just an incredible job for humanity. Thank you all very much. It's an honor to have worked with you. Appreciate it. Please.
Thank you, President Donald J. Trump, for giving us this honor. And on behalf, of course, Malaysia and our colleagues in ASEAN, I must thank you for your concern, for your empathy, and for your commitment to support this peace deal. When I first received your call, and then urging me to do more, supporting our initiative, and you personally did call both Prime Ministers to urge for a speedy peace settlement, I would say a great thank you. And we, of course, admire your tenacity, your courage, because the world needs leaders who promote peace strongly. And to achieve that, you have to break some rules, as you did today. When President arrived, he asked me to join him in the car. I said that's against the security and protocol rules. And he was delighted to break the rules, and it was a nice ride. And we share a lot of things in common. I was in prison, but he almost got there. But we very good exchanges on a number of issues. Of course, priorities, of course, the peace deal. Thank you, both Prime Ministers. You did a great job. We are delighted to have you as colleagues, as true friends, and you understand the need to secure peace to save our people, and also the ASEAN position as a region of peace and prosperity. And I must also share with you here that I took the opportunity, full opportunity, without Secretary Rubio knowing this, exploring other issues too, and thank the President for his effort to secure peace in many parts of the world, including Gaza, and urging him to remain focused and ensure that there's comprehensive peace that the world requires. And I am delighted, truly, President, to hear from you personally how determined you are to ensure that peace is achieved in the most intractable areas, almost impossible. But you did it, and we have shown our support and call on the United States in particular to continue this with the support of many, not only neighbors, but part of the world. But I must also take this opportunity to thank Secretary Rubio, Jamison, and Ambassador Kagan, because they were very helpful. I mean, you didn't say that, I must say that, because they were extremely helpful in ensuring that you come here. I mean, I wasn't sure when you said to me, yes, Prime Minister, I know I'm coming. Well, I'm not sure, because, you know, I deal with a lot of politicians.
But you are an exception. Thank you, Mr. Donald Trump. Thank you very much again.
President Donald Trump, Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister Anutin Chanvirakul, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks a historic moment, profound significance for Cambodia and Thailand. A day that reaffirms our shared conviction that peace is always possible when nations have the courage and wisdom to pursue it together. On behalf of the Cambodian peoples, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to President Donald J. Trump for his decisive leadership and steadfast commitment to supporting the lasting peace between Cambodia and Thailand, and for his tireless efforts to make it a reality. I also wish to convey my sincere appreciations to Prime Minister Anwar for his unwavering support and facilitation throughout this peace process until successful conclusions. I further extend my appreciations to my ASEAN colleagues, China, and other partners who have been supporting the ceasefire from the beginning. The principles that underpin this joint declaration are those that Cambodia holds dear. That no matter how difficult or complex our dispute may be, they must always be resolved through peaceful means in full conformity with existing treaties and international law. Cambodia reaffirms a strong commitment to fully and faithfully implementing these joint declarations and to continuing to work closely with Thailand and all our partners to ensure that this peace endures and brings tangible benefit to our peoples. We look forward to continued support and contribution of international communities and partners to fruitful realizations of the joint declarations. As we speak, I think our two commanders are discussing on the possibility of start of withdrawal, partial withdrawal of the first phase of our heavy weapons as an indication of our willingness to show that the execution of the joint declarations. At the same time, I strongly hope for the prompt release of our 18 soldiers on humanitarian grounds and as agreed in the joint declarations. Finally, recognizing your unwavering dedications and resolute effort to promote peace, and not only between Cambodia and Thailand, but also among other nations. And reflecting the gratitude of the Cambodian peoples, I have nominated President Donald J. Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. And he, like I say, peace saved life. And this is the wish of our Cambodian people as appreciations for the President. So thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
President Trump, Prime Minister Anwar, Prime Minister Hun Manet, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, today marks a new chapter for Thailand and Cambodia. Today we take a concrete step towards peace. I would like to thank Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim for the leadership as ASEAN Chair and your strong efforts in upholding ASEAN unity. And I also wish to express my sincere appreciation to President Donald J. Trump for your personal dedication to peace between our two countries. And in addition, I thanks so much for the kind words of condolences that the President has given to our country on the great loss of our beloved Queen Mother. It means a lot to Thai people. We have come a long way since agreeing to the ceasefire here in Malaysia on 28th of July. The discussions since then have led to this important outcome, which is the signing of our joint declaration today. And I have to thank Prime Minister Hun Manet for his cooperation and support that led us to this moment. Thailand stands for peace. This declaration reflects our will to resolve differences peacefully, in full respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity. This declaration, if fully implemented, will provide the building blocks for a lasting peace. But more importantly, it will begin the process of mending our ties. Our border communities have been divided by conflict, and innocent civilians have suffered immense losses. This declaration places a firm responsibility on our two parties to act. I believe we can achieve what seemed beyond reach a few months ago. To this end, I welcome the agreement that following the signing of this joint declaration today, both sides will begin implementing all the agreed points, in particular promptly removing heavy weapons from the people to build confidence and trust. And Thailand will also begin the process of releasing the 18 detained Cambodian soldiers. We have a responsibility to act in earnest and in good faith, and that will restore livelihoods and protect the well-being of our communities along our shared border. To achieve real change on the ground, what we agree on here must be implemented. Only then can we truly turn to a new page. Only then can we assure that our people's security and safety. Only then can we achieve real peace. This is what our people expect of us, and this is what they deserve. Peace with dignity. Going forward, I call on our friends to continue supporting this process so that the joint declaration is implemented fully and in good faith, rebuilding stability, trust, and renewed cooperation between Thailand and Cambodia and across our region. I am also pleased that today we announced the joint statement on the framework for a U.S.-Thailand agreement on reciprocal trade, which I hope will facilitate our negotiations on tariffs for conclusion by end of this year. We will also sign the MOU between our governments on cooperation on critical minerals, which will further promote resilient and sustainable supply chains for years to come. Thank you once again. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Europen. We don't want Europen. Congratulations. That's good. Thank you very much, everybody. It was a tremendous day. Yes. We're going to sign you up. We're going to sign your trade. I thought we could forget about this. Trade deal, trade deal. And this is a great deal for both countries. This is very good. Okay.
Disaster. All of them together. I'm just witness.
We can do a merger of it. Thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations, everybody. Very big deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Assalamualaikum dan salam Malaysia Madani bersama saya Zehan Suziana Abu Daud. Sidang Kemuncak ASEAN ke-47 dan sidang kemuncak berkaitan yang berlangsung Mendapatkan keanggotaan Timor-Leste adalah pencapaian dalam usaha mengukuhkan semangat kebersamaan ASEAN secara berterusan.
Timor-Leste's historic admission into ASEAN today gives new meaning to that vision. Congratulations again to President Ramos Horta, Prime Minister Zadana Gosmao. Its place here completes the ASEAN family, reaffirming our shared destiny and deep sense of regional kinship. Within this community, Timor-Leste's development and its strategic autonomy will find firm and lasting support.
Semua 9 pemimpin dan ketua negara anggota ASEAN menandatangani deklarasi penyertaan Timor-Leste sebagai anggota ASEAN. Manakala Myanmar diwakili Setiausaha Tetap Kementerian Luar Myanmar, Yu Hau Kansum, selain Timor-Leste diwakili Presiden Jose Ramos Horta. ASEAN yang ditubuhkan pada tahun 1967 kini mempunyai 11 anggota iaitu Brunei, Kemboja, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Filipina, Singapura, Thailand, Vietnam dan Timor-Leste melengkapkan representasi geografi Asia Tenggara. Pada 2011, Timor-Leste secara rasmi memohon untuk menyertai ASEAN, menandakan perjalanan selama lebih sedekad dalam memenuhi penanda aras ekonomi dan institusi blok ASEAN. Negara anggota ASEAN digesa untuk menegakkan perpaduan, meningkatkan kemampuan untuk menyesuaikan diri dan semangat bersama dalam menghadapi lanskap global yang tidak menentu. Berucap ketika pembukaan sidang kemuncak ASEAN ke-47, Perdana Menteri Dato Seri Ibrahim berkata, Malaysia sebagai pengerusi ASEAN tahun ini memikul tanggungjawab besar bukan sahaja untuk memimpin rantau ini, tetapi juga semangat dan hala tuju blok ketika dunia berkembang pesat.
Malaysia assumed the ASEAN Chairmanship.
prosperous ASEAN and America. This reflects our will and commitment to turn cooperation into concrete outcomes with tangible benefits for ASEAN and the United States. Your Majesty, Mr. President, Excellencies, we have just witnessed the signing of the Kuala Lumpur Accords between Cambodia and Thailand. This is undoubtedly an achievement that reflects the strong political will of both countries, leaders and people. Mr. President, ASEAN holds in high regard your vital role in facilitating this agreement. On Gaza, we welcome your comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict. It has given the world a glimmer of hope that even in the most intractable conflicts, diplomacy and determination can prevail. And we trust that with your leadership, Mr. President, we'll achieve a just and durable peace. Thank you. And now, Mr. President, I invite you to deliver your opening remarks.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here. So many friends in this room and so many new friends. I want to thank Prime Minister Anwar for hosting us, spectacular man, and for organizing this year's ASEAN Summit here in beautiful Kuala Lumpur. As you know, this has been an incredibly successful day for Malaysia. Great honor to be here. I promised I'd be here when the Prime Minister helped us so beautifully with our peace treaty among two very friendly countries, I think we can say right now. And here I am, and it's really something to see what you've done for the United States and for all nations across this magnificent region. They're all watching and they're seeing what's taking place. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Today, the Prime Minister and I signed a major trade deal between the United States and Malaysia, and together we took part in the signing of a historic peace agreement ending the hostilities between Cambodia and Thailand. We're calling it the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accords. I once again want to congratulate Prime Minister Hun Manet of Cambodia and Prime Minister Anut of Thailand, who had to return home because of the Queen's passing. This magnificent woman, known all over the world and respected by everybody. But this was a great achievement that she was very proud of. I also want to thank the other ASEAN countries for agreeing to send observers, and in most cases, your heads of state, because I don't see too many observers, I only see heads of state, to help ensure a lasting settlement. Today's signing represents just one of 8 conflicts that we've ended in 8 months of the Trump presidency. I'm very honored to have done it. We saved millions of lives. It also includes the end of the war in Gaza. We've signed a very strong agreement. We have 59 countries involved. We have numerous of them right here at this table. Like, as an example, Indonesia, my new friend. Thank you very much for helping. We appreciate it. I want to thank Malaysia and Brunei as well as my friend, President Prabowo of Indonesia, for their incredible support of these efforts to secure the new day for the Middle East. It really is a new day. There's never been a period of time like this. The Middle East will have peace after 3,000 years. This is a very strong peace. It's going to be an everlasting peace. It's true. It really is a true pleasure to be back with all of you in Southeast Asia, home of some of America's most important allies and countries and partners. In the entire world, they look up to you right here at this table. Like, as an example, Indonesia, my new friend. Thank you very much for helping. We appreciate it. I want to thank Malaysia and Brunei as well as my friend, President Prabowo of Indonesia, for their incredible support of these efforts to secure the new day for the Middle East. It really is a new day. There's never been a period of time like this. The Middle East will have peace after 3,000 years. This is a very strong peace. It's going to be an everlasting peace. It's true. It really is a true pleasure to be back with all of you in Southeast Asia, home of some of America's most important allies and countries and partners. In the entire world, they look up to you. I'm here on a mission of friendship and goodwill and to deepen our ties of commerce, to strengthen our common security, and to really promote strongly stability, prosperity, and peace for all of the countries in this room and long beyond this room. That's why I'm delighted that in addition to the agreement with Malaysia this week, we're also signing or nearing completion on trade deals with many other Indo-Pacific partners from Cambodia to Japan to South Korea. We're delighted to forge richer partnerships on energy technology, artificial intelligence, critical minerals, and other industries. The United States is having its golden age. Last year, we were a country that was doing very poorly under a different semi-leadership. I don't even call it a leadership. But this year, we're doing numbers that nobody ever thought it was possible for any country to do. We'll be, at the end of my first year, over $20 trillion worth of investment into the United States. There's no country anywhere that's ever done anything close to that. The United States last year, for the 4 years, it was announced, did less than $1 trillion, and we're going to be doing over 20. That's quite a difference. I'd like to just say the United States is for you. It's committed to a free and open and thriving Indo-Pacific. My message to the nations of Southeast Asia is that the United States is with you 100%, and we intend to be a strong partner and friend for many generations to come. 1 year ago, we were in a different position, but now we're in the best position we've ever been, and I really do. I say it's the golden age of America, it's the golden age of the United States. Together we'll create incredible prosperity for the nations on both sides of the Pacific Ocean and to seize new opportunities for all of our people. It's really been an amazing experience. I've been here for a day, but it's been an amazing experience to see some of the things that you've done. And the Prime Minister made sure I saw everything, every single thing. When I said, well, that's okay, maybe I'll take it easy for a little while, I said, no, I have other things to show you. We even rode in the car together, and he's something. But America's ties to this region date back to early days of our republic when fearless Americans voyaged across the Pacific to establish outposts of trade and diplomacy here in Asia. Those bonds forged so long ago continue to strengthen and grow to this day, including here in Kuala Lumpur. I'm looking forward to speaking with many of you today and also at APEC in South Korea later this week, where we're heading. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister, and thank you to everyone in this room. You are spectacular leaders. You are incredible people. Your energy, your genius, everything you do, and I say it truly, everything you touch turns to gold. And you can be very proud of it. Other parts of the world are not like this. You're very special people, and it's a very, very special place. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the media. We kindly closed session.
Thank you. We'll proceed with our plenary session. And the order of business, as you know, we'll start with the coordinator for ASEAN-United States Dialogue Relations. He will also deliver the common statement, followed by Cambodia's national statement. Excellency Hun Manet, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Chair, Honorable President.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the hall and welcome to the gala dinner tonight. We often say ASEAN is like a big family, and tonight certainly feels like a wonderful family gathering. Once again, we shall be starting soon, and would like you to kindly take your seats once you have settled down and once you have exchanged ideas and notes, as well as networking with the other delegates. So we shall be starting soon once again, and let's anticipate the arrival of the guest of honor in a short while. Thank you very much. once again to all the distinguished delegates who have just entered the hall. I hope everyone had a productive day, and this evening it's time to unwind and enjoy the evening that we've planned for you. So we shall be starting soon, and if you have already acknowledged or found your seats and settled down at your tables, so we shall be starting soon, and just a quick reminder to rise upon the arrival of the guest of honor. I would like to say your presence truly elevates the significance of this gathering, because tonight we celebrate not just dinner, but the enduring spirit of global unity. May this evening be a delightful testament to our shared bonds and our collective journey forward. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of the Honorable Dato Sri Utama Haji Muhammad Haji Hassan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, and his spouse, Yang Mulia Raja Datin Sri Dato Hajah Salbia Tengku Nujamuddin, together with all foreign ministers and spouses, ASEAN Secretary General, and heads of delegation into the hall. Thank you, everyone. You may kindly take your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for artist Tanah Istana Budaya for that lovely opening performance. The vibrant opening act you just witnessed was the captivating medley of Randai and Endang, two traditional Malay art forms. Randai combines dance, music, and martial arts, while Endang is a graceful traditional dance performed to rhythmic percussion. Hope you enjoyed that. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening and selamat datang to the gala dinner hosted by the Honourable Dato Sri Utama Haji Muhammad Haji Hassan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, and Yang Mulia Raja Datin Sri Dato Hajah Salbiah Tengku Nujumuddin. What a magnificent sight it is to see all of you gathered here tonight in the heart of Kuala Lumpur. Please give a big round of applause for everybody tonight. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor to invite the Honourable Dato Sri Utama Haji Muhammad Haji Hassan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, as the chair of the 58th ASEAN Foreign Ministers Meeting to deliver his speech. Please welcome him on stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good evening. Thank you very much, MC. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the gala dinner, the only time this week when no one is rushing to go to the next meeting. I'm happy to say it's been a productive 40 minutes meeting so far. We have covered a lot of ground over the past couple of days, and we are sure to discuss plenty more tomorrow. The reason that the gala dinner is being hosted on the second last day of the meeting and not earlier is because this mirrors the status of Malaysia's chairmanship of ASEAN, which has officially entered its second half. 6 months already, and 6 more months to go. Waiting to pass the baton to Teresa. Teresa, 6 more months. You better get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the region is still intact, so I think that's already a win. I'd like to thank everyone here for the immense part that you have played in advancing our goals this year. Together, we have dared to envision that ASEAN could become by 2045. That kind of long-term vision doesn't only take strategy, it takes courage, especially in a world where the only thing that is predictable is unpredictability. And yes, I heard people say, why plan for 20 years from now? Even planning the next 2 weeks is difficult in the current global climate. But just because we can't forecast the weather, it doesn't mean we stop carrying an umbrella. Planning is not about certainty, it is about preparedness. And ASEAN is preparing for the future. With Timor-Leste's accession drawing closer, our circle is going wider and our plans are growing brighter. Indeed, our circle is expanding as ASEAN make friends well beyond our region. To our dialogue partners in the room, thank you. Thank you. Your cooperation, whether on trade, climate, development, or security, make us all better and stronger. And your passion during our post-ministerial conferences today deserve its own award. Speaking of passion, you have all had to hear enough speeches for one day, so I wouldn't take up much more time. I thank you all once again for the work we do together and for being here at the 40 minutes meeting. The room looks like a mini United Nation, Penny, but it's better food. After this, we are having durian. Durian, where is Sergey? Mr. Lavro, Sergey, and Hakan. This durian is a king of fruits. You know? Sergey, this durian came from heaven, but smell like hell. Either you like it or you hate it. So no two way about it. And we're going to have it outside. Today we have this starter and we have the main menu and the dessert will be outside. Because of the smell that I said just now, it smells like hell. So we don't want to pollute the hall. So we're going to have a good dessert afterward outside. With that, I invite all of you, enjoy the dinner. Bon appetit. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Dato Sri Utama for the inspiring speech and heartfelt words. Your dedication to ASEAN's vision truly sets the stage for a successful gathering and a memorable evening. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we come together to celebrate the enduring bonds between our nations, shared aspirations, and the vibrant cultures that make our region truly unique. We are honored to be serenaded by Malaysia's finest talents, the soulful Dayang Nur Faiza, accompanied by the Combo Istana Budaya and the Artistana Graceful Performers of Istana Budaya, coordinated by the Ministry of Tourism and Arts and Culture Malaysia. As you enjoy the performances, please savor our specially curated menu that reflects the true taste of our multicultural heritage and warm hospitality. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the culinary journey, as how we say in Malaysia, selamat menjamu selera. Enjoy your dinner.
Berbunga alun suara terdengar merduhana dendangan. Medah berbunga alun suara terdengar merduhana dendangan. Wajah yang indah ditatap saja, hati yang satu digadai jangan. Wajah yang indah ditatap saja, hati yang satu digadai jangan. Jangan tergoda bintang di awan kala terbitnya di siang hari. Jangan tergoda bintang di awan kala terbitnya di siang hari. Jinak merpati makan di tangan, jangan dikurung di sangkar hati. Jinak merpati makan di tangan, jangan dikurung di sangkar hati. Ewa! Seribu senyum, seribu mada, mungkin dikuntum racun yang bisa. Seribu senyum, seribu mada, mungkin dikuntum racun yang bisa. Kalau tak kebal jiwa merana, seribu sesal apa gunanya. Kalau tak kebal jiwa merana, seribu sesal apa gunanya. Merdu didengar indah di pandangan, awas umpan di air tenang. Merdu didengar indah di pandangan, awas umpan di air tenang. Kasih dan budi bukan mainan, tergadai hati jiwa tebusan. Kasih dan budi bukan mainan, tergadai hati jiwa tebusan. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum and good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor for me to be here tonight, to be a part of this special night, and I hope that all of you will enjoy my performance. And for my next song, it's a feel-good song, and this is Fly Me to the Moon. Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me Thank you. Terima kasih. And for this next song, I'm sure you know the song. So if you feel like singing with me, please do. This is You to Me Are Everything.
Just a clown who picks you up each time you're down. Oh baby, oh baby, you to me are everything. The sweetest song that I can sing. Oh baby, oh baby, you to me are everything. The sweetest song that I can sing. Oh baby, oh baby, you to me are everything.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Oh
sure you know the song. L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. It's even more than anyone that you adore. And love is all that I can be to you. Oh, love is more than just a game for two. Two in love can make it. Take my heart
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to extend a warm welcome to all ASEAN leaders and the representative to the ceremony. Again, a big hand to all leaders of ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to begin the ceremony by a short video prepared by FIFA. Please welcome. There you go. There was a video presentation from FIFA showcasing the aspiration and spirit of unity through the development of football. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. The Honorable Dato Seri Anwar bin Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia and Chair of ASEAN, Excellency, Heads of State and Government of ASEAN, the representatives of ASEAN member states, His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hoon, Secretary General of ASEAN, Mr. Gianni Infantino, President of FIFA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding between ASEAN and FIFA. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to offer a brief overview, the first MOU between ASEAN and FIFA was signed back in 2019 during the ASEAN Summit in Bangkok, marking the beginning of this transformative partnership. Today, we celebrate the renewal of this partnership, reaffirming our shared commitment to strengthening cooperation, advancing football at all levels, and harnessing the power of sport to foster inclusion. So, ladies and gentlemen, to proceed with our agenda, it is now my great honor to invite the Honorable Dato Seri Anwar bin Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, to deliver his remarks. Please welcome.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Gianni Infantino, President FIFA, and distinguished ASEAN colleagues, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's a short remark to express that ASEAN leaders are totally committed to support football, the people's game of the youth, and it's a popular sport, and it is ASEAN priority in terms of building up that new core of leaders, giving them the exposure, training. And I'm exceptionally thankful to FIFA for giving us the encouragement and support. You have the expertise, you have the experience, and to share this to the young, particularly those poorer segments of our population, the urban youth, those in the rural and the heartland, to be able to obtain the same encouragement, advantage, and support. So I'm here to bless the occasion to continue the collaboration between FIFA and ASEAN, and the renewal of the signing of MOU between ASEAN, FIFA. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Prime Minister, for your insightful remark. We kindly request you to remain on stage as we will proceed with the signing ceremony of the MOU between ASEAN and FIFA. So ladies and gentlemen, to begin the ceremony, we are proud to invite His Excellency Dr. Kau Kim Horn, Secretary General of ASEAN, and Mr. Gianni Infantino, President of FIFA, to kindly proceed to the stage for the signing ceremony. Please welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, may we now invite the Honorable Prime Minister, the Secretary General of ASEAN, and the President of FIFA to come forward for the exchange of the MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, to commemorate our shared spirit of cooperation and understanding, we will now like to invite Mr. Gianni Infantino to present the token of appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Kau Kim Horn. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we have now come to the end of the ceremony. On behalf of ASEAN and FIFA, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Dato Seri Anwar bin Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia.
opportunities of existing and future mega trends.
Come on.
Japan to proceed to the stage for a group photo session. Thank you. Excellencies, can we first have the first formal pose in 3, 2, 1. And now the ASEAN way, right hand over the left. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Your Excellencies. You may kindly take your seats. Good afternoon, Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, honorable leaders of ASEAN, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the 28th ASEAN-Japan Summit. Without further ado, may I now invite the Honorable Dato Seri Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, to deliver his opening remarks and preside over the meeting.
On behalf of my colleagues, we are honored to welcome the Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae to our first ASEAN-Japan Summit. Congratulations to you for assuming the office of Prime Minister, and remarkable, you were able to defeat some outstanding men. So at least you have my wife and my daughters are fully supportive of you. And thank you for being present. I know you are busy welcoming President Trump tomorrow, but Japan, of course, plays importance to ASEAN, and we are appreciative of this. You have to fly back late tonight, and we wish you well in this bilateral meeting with the United States. ASEAN and Japan have long been collaborating in trade, investments, and we look forward to enhancing this with you. And now it is my pleasure to invite the Excellency Takaichi Sanae, Prime Minister of Japan, to deliver your opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to express my deep condolences to the passing of Her Majesty Queen Sirikit of Thailand. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to Prime Minister Anwar and the government of Malaysia for their effort and warm welcome at the ASEAN Chair. My gratitude go to Prime Minister Wong of Singapore as well for his kind cooperation as the country coordinator for ASEAN-Japan. I would also like to congratulate Prime Minister Guzman on Timor-Leste's official accession to ASEAN. It is an honor for me to meet you as leaders on my first foreign visit as Prime Minister of Japan. Japan and ASEAN have built a relationship as trusted partners with heart-to-heart connections through long-standing cooperation in a wide range of areas. Japan advocates for free and open Indo-Pacific and consistently support the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, which shares fundamental principles with FOIP. It is very gratifying to be able to adopt a joint statement with the ASEAN leaders today, which affirms the synergy between FOIP and AOIP and confirm our way to promote further cooperation between Japan and ASEAN. Next year marks the 10th anniversary since the Prime Minister Abe launched FOIP in 2016. We will use this opportunity to reposition FOIP as a pillar of Japanese diplomacy and evolve it in line with change in the times. We would like to further strengthen our collaboration with AOIP to make Japan and ASEAN stronger and more prosperous. So now, allow me to speak in Japanese and continue my statement for saving time. Okay? 2023年の日本 ASEAN 友好協力50周年の共同ビジョン声明で打ち出した3本柱に沿って協力の進展を皆様に共有します。Are you ready? Thank you. 第一に、平和と安定のためのパートナーに関し、日本は ODA を通じて ASEAN 海洋安全保障の強化を後押ししてきました。さらにこの地域の平和と安定に一層貢献するため、2年前、政府安全保障能力強化支援 OSA を創設し、一部の国との協力を始めております。OSA を他の ASEAN 諸国にも拡大し、海洋安全保障に加え、災害対処等の分野の協力も力強く推進します。また、日 ASEAN サイバーセキュリティ協力に関する政策会議や能力構築センターを通じた取り組み、組織的詐欺を含む越境犯罪対策に関する協力も強化していきます。第2に、未来の経済社会を競争するパートナーについて AI を含むデジタル、脱炭素化や持続可能な農林水産業を含むグリーン、自動車分野を含むサプライチェーンの強靭化、連結性、地域金融協力をはじめ幅広い分野で協力を強化していきます。特に AI は経済社会を大きく変革して発展させる可能性があります。ここに日本は新たに日 ASEAN AI 競争イニシアティブの立ち上げを提案いたします。モデル開発、人材育成、ソリューションの競争などを通じ、安全安心で信頼できる AI エコシステムを共に構築していきたいと思います。AI、量子、半導体等の最先端分野で、国際共同研究や研究者の交流を強化していきます。また、頻繁化、激甚化する災害対応や人道支援のため、引き続き ASEAN 防災人道支援調整センターの活動や人材育成を支援していきます。また、ASEAN 感染症対策センターの設立と能力強化を支援するため、専門家を派遣中でございます。最後に世代を超えた、心と心のパートナーについても日本は幅広い分野で次世代の担い手の育成に努めています。 約3000名の実績を持つ日本語パートナーズ派遣や文化、知的交流事業等からなる文化の輪を着実かつ効率的に推進いたします。来年度50回を迎える東南アジア青年の船やジェネシスなどの事業による青年交流、元日本留学生会による留学生交流も活発に行われています。日 ASEAN 統合基金で ASEAN 事務局に若手行政官を派遣するアタッチメントプログラムは今年東ティモールからの参加者の受け入れを開始しました。また同プログラムの修了生を対象に日本の政策研究大学院大学への留学を支援する事業も開始しています。皆様と緊密に連携してこれまでの日 ASEAN 協力を一層発展させ、日本と ASEAN ともに強く豊かになるための取り組みを進めていきます。そして ASEAN とともにインド太平洋地域の平和、安定、繁栄を守り抜いていきたいと考えております。Thank you, Mr. Chair.
ありがとうございます。Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae, and we'll now say thank you to the media so that we can proceed with the deliberations at the plenary level. Thank you. The deliberations will focus on two issues to review, after listening to Prime Minister, review ASEAN-Japan dialogue relations and future directions, and of course, other matters. And this appears in document 2, in the document kit. But we will begin, of course,
these differences, there are many things we share. We share relationships and trust. We embrace unity in diversity. We pursue sustainable economic development for collective well-being. For the sake of future peace and prosperity, we are one. We are ASEAN, and this is the ASEAN way.
The logo is inspired by Hibiscus rosa sinensis, Bunga Raya, which is the national flower of Malaysia and also commonly found in all ASEAN member states. The flower symbolizes cultural richness, unity, and identity of the region. The colors used in the logo, blue, red, yellow, and white, represent the main colors of the flags of all ASEAN member states. The tip pointing to the right symbolizes Malaysia as chair, driving ASEAN forward. The sixth stigma signifies the Madani principles: sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity and trust, which underpin Malaysia's chairmanship. The inward curve of the 5 petals embracing the ASEAN logo reflects inclusivity, reinforcing Malaysia's vision for a peaceful, stable, and prosperous ASEAN. Bunga Raya signifies the rich biodiversity of the region, representing ASEAN's drive towards sustainability. The circular motion of the petals around the ASEAN logo symbolizes ASEAN's collective resolve towards attaining the long-term sustainability of the region and its people. The ASEAN logo in the middle represents ASEAN centrality.
Ten years ago, ASEAN Community Vision 2025 was conceived in Kuala Lumpur, an ambitious blueprint to guide the region's common course through the decade ahead. Since then, under the quiet resolve of this guiding vision, ASEAN has pressed forward change and mounting strategic challenges with unity and purpose. Together, ASEAN must continue to recalibrate its priorities and agenda to remain dynamic and responsive, mindful of the impacts and opportunities of existing and future mega trends.
Malaysia, a nation of promise and progress, proudly steps into the ASEAN Chairmanship in 2025. A decade ago, we held the chair as the ASEAN community was born in Kuala Lumpur. And now, Malaysia is once again ready to drive progress and empower the people of Southeast Asia. ASEAN is now more than an association of nations. It is a symphony of shared dreams, a chorus of hopes intertwined. It breathes with the rhythm of unity, with a vision that lights the path to a brighter tomorrow. Together we have forged a path towards peace, stability, and prosperity. Through the trials and triumphs, ASEAN has grown even stronger. Today, we stand as an economic powerhouse, poised to become the world's fourth largest economy. Our resilience is unshakable, our resolve unwavering. In 2025, we will forge ahead, bold, confident, and unyielding. This is ASEAN's moment to shine. As chair, Malaysia will embrace the future with a clear vision. We will champion inclusivity, creating a region where every voice soars and no one is left behind. We will drive sustainability in all we do, securing the long-term well-being of our people. Together, we will build a future where everyone can thrive.
ASEAN is a community of nations of shared dreams, an excellent example of how neighbors can sit down and work together for the betterment of our people.
In 2025, under the guiding light of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, a new chapter will begin. This marks the start of a 20-year journey, a journey where we rise not as separate nations, but as one. One community bound by progress, peace, and purpose. One vision driven by the promise of a greater future for generations to come. Together, we will shape a future of shared peace, stability, and prosperity where our unity drives us forward and our legacy endures. Welcome to where it all begins anew.
Selamat datang, welcome to Malaysia.
"2025 will be a momentous chapter for ASEAN, rich with significance and promise. We'll mark the 10th anniversary of the ASEAN community founding, a milestone in our collective journey. Malaysia has chosen the theme Inclusivity and Sustainability. It reflects our aspirations for shared progress, ensuring that no one is left behind. It conveys our hope that the steps we take today will endure in the long run. It underscores our determination to keep the future firmly in sight as we move forward. On behalf of the government and people of Malaysia, I look forward to welcoming you all. Selamat datang ke Malaysia. Thank you.
Welcome to Malaysia,
A land where people of different races, different religions, diverse cultures, vibrant traditions, and beautiful stunning landscapes come together in perfect harmony. Let's take a journey to uncover what makes Malaysia truly extraordinary. We begin with Kuala Lumpur, the vibrant heart of Malaysia, where the iconic Twin Towers rise above a city that truly has it all. Modern skyscrapers blend seamlessly with rich traditions, and every turn reveals something new, something unforgettable.
10 years ago, ASEAN Community Vision 2025 was conceived in Kuala Lumpur, an ambitious blueprint to guide the region's common course through the decade.
Kau tak payahlah invite. Aku dah ambil PM ni.
Next month. All right. Yeah.
Salam Sejahtera and good evening. May I invite Your Majesty and Excellencies to proceed to the stage area for the official group photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, this image will capture our shared commitment toward a cleaner, more sustainable Asia, a vision anchored firmly in trust, innovation, and cooperation. Photographers, please be ready. We will take the official photo. In count of 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Excellencies. You may kindly return to your seats as we prepare to commence the meeting. Excellencies, Ladies and gentlemen, the third ASEC leaders meeting will now commence.
Your Majesty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to host the third Asia Zero Emission Community Leaders Meeting 2025. And a warm welcome to all distinguished leaders present. And I must express my appreciation to our co-chair, Japan, and to all ASEC partners for their steadfast commitments in advancing this vital platform. This complements the priorities of our chairmanship, signing closely with our overarching theme of inclusivity and sustainability. We are optimistic that ASEC will continue to serve as a significant platform for mutually beneficial cooperation in energy transition. From Malaysia's perspective, the ASEC principle of one goal, various pathways resonates deeply with our national approach to energy transition. Complementing our national efforts is the progressive development of the ASEAN power grid, which is pivotal to achieving long-term energy security and climate ambitions. As an active participant in cross-border energy projects, we urge all ASEC partners to lend their full technical expertise and financial commitments to accelerate the ASEAN power grid's integration. We have taken decisive steps to strengthen our climate governance and accelerate energy transition. This includes CCUS Act 2025, which lays the legal foundation for large-scale carbon management and a low-carbon economy. And then the forthcoming National Climate Change Bill, and complementing this is the planned carbon tax to be introduced 2026. These initiatives mark a clear shift from ambition to implementation. And last but not least, financing support for investment in low-carbon technologies. We welcome continued financing for investments in low-carbon technologies such as hydrogen, CCUS, battery shortage, and biofuels. In closing, let us leave this third leaders meeting with a renewed sense of purpose to achieve carbon neutrality, which must be inclusive, technology-driven, and regionally coordinated. Thank you.
共同議長のアンワル首相とマレーシア政府のご協力、また各国、首脳の皆様に感謝を申し上げます。世界の成長エンジンとしてアジアの経済成長の確保は必須でございます。同時に気候変動対策というのは人類共通の喫緊の課題でございます。脱炭素、経済成長、エネルギー安全保障を同時に実現して産業構造やエネルギー構成といった各国の事情を踏まえた多様な道筋の下でネットゼロを達成するべく、ASEC原則の重要性を改めて確認したいと、思っております。昨年採択されました今後10年のためのアクションプランに基づいて ASEC ソリューション、すなわちアジアの脱炭素化に資する活動を促進するルールの形成、セクターごとのイニシアティブ、官民一体の個別プロジェクトが進められました。日本はマレーシアとの間で JCM の構築に関する協力覚書の署名に向けて調整をしています。昨年の首脳会合以降、日本と各国との間で約120件の MOU が結ばれています。また日本は ASEAN との間で重要鉱物の資源循環による主要サプライチェーンの脱炭素化を推進しています。今後も各国の間で ASEC の理念に合致する具体的な取り組みが実施されていくことを期待いたします。それでは次に松尾経済産業審議官から17日に行われました閣僚会合の報告をいただきます。
第3回ASEC閣僚会合の重要な成果といたしまして、 トランジションファイナンスに関して提言を行っております。アジアで現実的な移行を進めるには、グリーンファイナンスの対象外となっております、LNG や省エネ等への資金供給が必要であるとの指摘を世界に発信をし、金融機関の投資行動の変容を促してまいります。また、新たに約50件の MOU が締結されております。以上でございます。
松尾審議官、ありがとうございました。それではプレスの皆様、ご退出ください。
Thank you, Your Excellency. We appreciate the presence of the media for the opening segment. With the conclusion of the report, we ask that all accredited media to vacate the hall. The third ASEC leaders meeting will now transition into a closed session. Thank you.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Timing there.
Can start.
Okay.
main colors of the flags of all ASEAN member states. The tip pointing to the right symbolizes Malaysia as chair, driving ASEAN forward. The sixth stigma signifies the Madani principles: sustainability, care and compassion, respect, innovation, prosperity and trust, which underpin Malaysia's chairmanship. The inward curve of the 5 petals embracing the ASEAN logo reflects inclusivity, reinforcing Malaysia's vision for a peaceful, stable and prosperous ASEAN. Bunga Raya signifies the rich biodiversity of the region, representing ASEAN's drive towards sustainability. The circular motion of the petals around the ASEAN logo symbolizes ASEAN's collective resolve towards attaining the long-term sustainability of the region and its people. The ASEAN logo in the middle represents ASEAN centrality.
Ten years ago, ASEAN Community Vision 2025 was conceived in Kuala Lumpur, an ambitious blueprint to guide the region's common course through the decade ahead. Since then, under the quiet resolve of this guiding Together, ASEAN must continue to recalibrate its priorities and agenda to remain dynamic and responsive, mindful of the impacts and opportunities of existing and future mega trends.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Conference Hall 2, Level 3, Kuala Lumpur Convention Centre, we are ready for the 22nd ASEAN-India Summit. And for the summit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to virtually address the 22nd ASEAN-India Summit. The invitation for the summit was extended by Malaysian Prime Minister Dato Seri Ibrahim in conjunction with the 47th ASEAN Summit being held here in Kuala Lumpur. And previously, according to a statement from the Ministry of External Affairs, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other ASEAN leaders will review the progress of ASEAN-India relations and discuss new initiatives to further strengthen the comprehensive strategic partnership. And the ASEAN-India Summit is an annual meeting between the leaders of ASEAN member states and India to review progress in their strategic partnership, which was elevated to a comprehensive strategic partnership in 2022. And the 22nd edition built on commitments made at the 2023 Jakarta Summit. And now we are still waiting for the arrival of the ASEAN heads of government and heads of state. Ladies and gentlemen, the atmosphere here at the venue remains poised with anticipation as delegates and officials prepare to welcome the leaders of ASEAN and their distinguished dialogue partners. In just a few moments, we shall witness the arrival of the leaders who continue to shape the direction of regional cooperation and collective progress across Southeast Asia. And each arrival today reflects not just diplomatic protocol, but also the enduring spirit of unity and friendship that defines the ASEAN family. And in conjunction with the 22nd ASEAN-India Summit, obviously it will reach the South and Southeast Asia, balancing the Indo-Pacific and security cooperation. And now the arrival of His Majesty, Sultan of Brunei Darussalam. As the leaders and delegates make their way into the hall, it will take this moment to warmly greet and extend the heartfelt welcome. This is indeed a very special opportunity to see ASEAN leaders and dialogue partners together once again, united in friendship and shared purpose. Each handshake, each smile exchange this evening reflects the trust and mutual respect that have long defined the ASEAN spirit. And now the arrival of the Honorable Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia. We can see now the Honorable Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim is already in the hall, and as the host nation of this year's ASEAN-India Summit, Malaysia once again stands at the heart of regional diplomacy, welcoming leaders and delegates to this very important platform of cooperation and shared aspiration. The Prime Minister of Malaysia will co-chair today's 22nd ASEAN-India Summit alongside the Prime Minister of India, continuing discussion on strengthening connectivity, advancing trade, and promoting peace across the region. His Majesty, Sultan of Brunei Darussalam. As one of the ASEAN's longest-serving leaders, Majesty Sultan of Brunei Darussalam, with wisdom, experience and steady leadership, continue to inspire the region.
Jaishankar Saab, is Prime Minister Modi online soon? Is he?
Anytime soon?
We're waiting clearance with
the session shall commence.
Oh yes. Namaskar. Now, can I call the meeting to order? Thank you very much. And we are very pleased today, on behalf of ASEAN leaders, to continue our deliberations and collaboration with India. And we have ASEAN-India Plan of Action 2030. We want to conclude the ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement, ITIGA, by this year. So there has been some real progress And India, I mean, I must say for not only for Malaysia, Malaysia, of course, there have been always these special relations with India, partly because we have a large number of ethnic Indians in Malaysia, but also in terms of trade, investments, collaboration, universities with India. That is why I'm particularly delighted to have Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's a friend of ASEAN and me personally. And I think, thank you very much. Welcome to this ASEAN meeting. And we have had a series of meetings today. And ASEAN-India dialogue relations for us remain a force for stability, for mutual prosperity, and with your strides in economic advancement in various fields, I'm sure it will be beneficial both to India and ASEAN. It is my honor, therefore, to invite my respected Prime Minister, Perdana Menteri of India, Narendra Modi, to deliver his opening remarks. Please.
Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister and my friend Anwar Ibrahim, Your Majesty, Excellencies, Namaskar. It is a great pleasure for me to be with my ASEAN family once again. I am very pleased to be with all of you. I convey my heartiest congratulations to Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim for his successful chairmanship of ASEAN. I thank President Marcos of the Philippines for ably playing the role of country coordinator for India. And I welcome Timor-Leste as a new member of ASEAN. I express on behalf of all Indians, I express my deepest condolences to the royal family and to the people of the Thailand on the demise of Queen Mother. Friends, ASEAN and India together represent about 1/4 of the global population. We don't just share geography. We are also bound together by deep historic ties and shared values. We are fellow travelers from the global south. Our partnership encompasses not just trade, but culture as well. ASEAN is a key pillar of India's Act East policy. India has always supported ASEAN centrality and ASEAN's outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Even in this period of uncertainty, there has been steady progress in the India-ASEAN Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. Our robust partnership is emerging as a cornerstone for global stability and development. Friends, the theme of this year's ASEAN Summit is inclusivity and sustainability. And this theme is clearly reflected in our collaborative efforts, whether it is digital inclusion or ensuring food security and resilient supply chains in today's complex global landscape. India fully supports these priorities and is committed to moving forward together in this direction. Friends, India has firmly stood together with its ASEAN friends during every catastrophe. Our cooperation is increasing at a fast pace in areas such as HADR, maritime security, and blue economy. We are therefore declaring the year 2026 as the ASEAN-India Year of Maritime Cooperation. At the same time, we are also actively working to enhance our mutual cooperation in areas such as education, tourism, science and technology, health, green energy, and cyber security. We will continue to work together to nurture our shared cultural heritage and to strengthen our people-to-people ties. Friends, the 21st century is our century. It is the century of India and ASEAN. I am confident that the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 and our goal for a developed India by 2047, that is Viksit Bharat 2047, will build a bright future for all mankind. India is committed to working shoulder to shoulder with all of you to achieve these goals. Thank you very much.
Namaskar, Prime Minister Modi ji, for the remarks, and we will proceed and focus on the review of ASEAN-India cooperation and its future direction. That is in document number 2, and then if Excellencies want to follow, there be, of course, other matters. These have been circulated earlier. We will begin because by the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. of the Philippines, because he is the country coordinator for ASEAN-India dialogue relations. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Excellency, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Your Majesty, Excellencies. Last August, I had the privilege of visiting India at the invitation of Prime Minister Modi. And during my visit to the world's largest democracy, I witnessed firsthand that as nations of the Global South, we share common challenges and that deeper cooperation amongst us is essential. As Southeast Asia's next-door neighbor, which is set to become the world's 4th largest economy, India has a lot to offer to ASEAN as a region. As a committed dialogue partner that recognizes ASEAN centrality through its Act East policy, which stresses ASEAN as a core pillar of its engagement, we may also turn our gaze to India for solutions to our common concerns. Foremost, as a maritime and archipelagic nation, I wish to highlight the great importance of the rule of law in our oceans. Both ASEAN and India should see peaceful settlement of disputes and maritime cooperation as essential, as our seas contribute to the peace and prosperity of the entire Indo-Pacific region. In this regard, I thank Prime Minister Modi for India's consistent support for international law and the rule of law in our oceans.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the hall and welcome to the gala dinner tonight. We often say ASEAN is like a big family, and tonight certainly feels like a wonderful family gathering. Once again, we shall be starting soon, and we'd like you to kindly take your seats once you have settled down and once you have exchanged ideas and notes, as well as networking with the other delegates. So we shall be starting soon once again, and let's anticipate the arrival of the guest of honor in a short while. Thank you very much. Once again, to all the distinguished delegates who have just entered the hall, I hope everyone had a productive day. And this evening, it's time to unwind and enjoy the evening that we've planned for you. So we shall be starting soon, and if you have already acknowledged or found your seats and settled down at your tables, so we shall be starting soon, and just a quick reminder to rise upon the arrival of the guest of honor. I would like to say your presence truly elevates the significance of this gathering, because tonight we celebrate not just dinner, but the enduring spirit of global unity. May this evening be a delightful testament to our shared bonds and our collective journey forward. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of the Honorable Dato Sri Utama Haji Muhammad Haji Hassan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, and his spouse, Yang Mulia Raja Datin Sri Dato Hajah Salbia Tengku Nujamuddin, together with all foreign ministers and spouses, ASEAN Secretary General, and heads of delegation into the hall. Thank you, everyone. You may kindly take your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for artist Tanah Istana Budaya for that lovely opening performance. The vibrant opening act you just witnessed was the captivating medley of Randai and Endang, two traditional Malay art forms. Randai combines dance, music, and martial arts, while Endang is a graceful traditional dance performed to rhythmic percussion. Hope you enjoyed that. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening and selamat datang to the gala dinner hosted by the Honorable Dato Sri Utama Haji Muhammad Haji Hassan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, and Yang Mulia Raja Datin Sri Dato Hajah Salbiah Tengku Nujmuddin. What a magnificent sight it is to see all of you gathered here tonight in the heart of Kuala Lumpur. Please give a big round of applause for everybody tonight. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor to invite the Honorable Dato Sri Utama Haji Muhammad Haji Hassan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, as the chair of the 58th ASEAN Foreign Ministers Meeting to deliver his speech. Please welcome him on stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good evening. Thank you very much, MC. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the gala dinner, the only time this week when no one is rushing to go to the next meeting. I'm happy to say it's been a productive 40 minutes meeting so far. We have covered a lot of ground over the past couple of days, and we are sure to discuss plenty more tomorrow. The reason that the gala dinner is being hosted on the second last day of the meeting and not earlier is because this mirrors the status of Malaysia's chairmanship of ASEAN, which has officially entered its second half. 6 months already, and 6 more months to go. Waiting to pass the baton to Teresa. Teresa, 6 more months. You better get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the region is still intact, so I think that's already a win. I'd like to thank everyone here for the immense part that you have played in advancing our goals this year. Together, we have dared to envision that ASEAN could become by 2045. That kind of long-term vision doesn't only take strategy, it takes courage, especially in a world where the only thing that is predictable is unpredictability. And yes, I heard people say, why plan for 20 years from now? Even planning the next 2 weeks is difficult in the current global climate. But just because we can't forecast the weather, it doesn't mean we stop carrying an umbrella. Planning is not about certainty, it is about preparedness. And ASEAN is preparing for the future. With Timor-Leste's accession drawing closer, our circle is going wider and our plans are growing brighter. Indeed, our circle is expanding as ASEAN make friends well beyond our region. To our dialogue partners in the room, thank you. Thank you. Your cooperation, whether on trade, climate, development, or security, make us all better and stronger. And your passion during our post-ministerial conferences today deserve its own award. Speaking of passion, you have all had to hear enough speeches for one day, so I wouldn't take up much more time. I thank you all once again for the work we do together and for being here at the 40 minutes meeting. The room looks like a mini United Nations, Penny, but it's better food. After this, we are having durian. Durian, where is Sergey? Mr. Lavro, Sergey, and Hakan. This durian is a king of fruits. You know? Sergey, this durian came from heaven, but smell like hell. Either you like it or you hate it. So no two way about it. And we're going to have it outside. Today we have this starter and we have the main menu and the dessert will be outside. Because of the smell that I said just now, it smells like hell. So we don't want to pollute the hall. So we're going to have a good dessert afterward outside. With that, I invite all of you, enjoy the dinner. Bon appetit. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Dato Sri Utama for the inspiring speech and heartfelt words. Your dedication to ASEAN's vision truly sets the stage for a successful gathering and a memorable evening. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we come together to celebrate the enduring bonds between our nations, shared aspirations, and the vibrant cultures that make our region truly unique. We are honored to be serenaded by Malaysia's finest talents, the soulful Dayang Nur Faiza, accompanied by the combo Istana Budaya and the Artistana graceful performers of Istana Budaya, coordinated by the Ministry of Tourism and Arts and Culture Malaysia. As you enjoy the performances, please savor our specially curated menu that reflects the true taste of our multicultural heritage and warm hospitality. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the culinary journey, as how we say in Malaysia, selamat menjamu selera. Enjoy your dinner.
Bunga alun suara terdengar merduhana dendangan. Madah berbunga alun suara terdengar merduhana dendangan. Wajah yang indah ditatap saja, hati yang satu digadai jangan. Wajah yang indah ditatap saja, hati yang satu digadai jangan. Jangan tergoda bintang di awan kala terbitnya di siang hari. Jangan tergoda bintang di awan kala terbitnya di siang hari. Jinak merpati makan di tangan, jangan dikurung di sangkar hati. Jinak merpati makan di tangan, jangan dikurung di sangkar hati. Ewa! Seribu senyum, seribu mada, mungkin dikuntum racun yang bisa. Seribu senyum, seribu mada, mungkin dikuntum racun yang bisa. Kalau tak kebal jiwa merana, seribu sesal apa gunanya. Kalau tak kebal jiwa merana, seribu sesal apa gunanya. Merdu didengar, indah dipandang, awas umpan di air tenang. Merdu didengar, indah dipandang, awas umpan di air tenang. Kasih dan budi bukan mainan, tergadai hati jiwa tebusan. Kasih dan budi bukan mainan, tergadai hati jiwa tebusan. Thank you. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum and good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor for me to be here tonight, to be a part of this special night, and I hope that all of you will enjoy my performance. And for my next song, it's a feel-good song, and this is Fly Me to the Moon. forevermore. You are all I long for, worship and adore. Never words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Thank you, terima kasih. And for this next song, I'm sure you know the song. So if you feel like singing with me, please do. This is You to Me Are Everything.
years ago, ASEAN Community Vision 2025 was conceived in Kuala Lumpur, an ambitious blueprint to guide
Clearly, people His Majesty Sultan Ibrahim, the King of Malaysia, extended a grand royal welcome to regional and global leaders by hosting a
inclusive in its development and sustainable in its practices.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your patience. We just finished the IMTGT meeting, and I must express my gratitude for the entire team. Of course, the presence of ASEAN leaders, GCC, and China. But I must take this opportunity to thank the Minister and the Foreign Ministry, the Minister and MITI, and Economy, Finance, the Police, and all related agencies under Home Affairs Ministry for the excellent preparations and work. Now, I must say that we achieved our objective, and this is due to the support and the spirit of togetherness of ASEAN leaders, and then our first real experience with GCC, because the first inaugural meeting in Riyadh was more a formality just to introduce the program, but this time there were a series of sessions and discussions and a very, very detailed, elaborate joint statement. And then China, with the presence of Li Qiang, Premier Li Qiang, we went through some specific areas of collaboration. We will circulate the full statement. I do wish to read them, but I think even the more contentious issues like Myanmar, for example, there was some basic understanding on tariff, on joint project collaboration, all has been agreed upon. Saya ingin menyatakan penghargaan setingginya kepada rakan-rakan pimpinan ASEAN yang menunjukkan semangat setia kawan luar biasa yang memungkinkan kita mencapai kesepakatan dalam banyak hal. Kemudian dengan GCC dan negara Teluk ini, walaupun pengalaman baru, kerana pertemuan pertama 2 tahun yang lalu di Riyadh itu lebih dalam arti kata permulaan, pengenalan dan persetujuan secara umum, tapi kali ini ada perbincangan yang lebih teliti dan substantif. Begitu juga dengan kehadiran Premier Li Qiang, negara China. Tapi sebelum itu, kejayaannya juga terletak pada Menteri dan Kementerian Luar yang membuat persiapan yang sangat rapi dan luar biasa, yang sangat membanggakan. Ini Menteri dan staf MITI keseluruhannya, dan kementerian lain dalam negeri, ekonomi, keuangan, pelancongan. Ya. Jadi kita telah mencapai satu kemajuan, dan di antara sidang ASEAN yang paling substantif dalam sejarah. Begitu juga dalam perbincangan dengan GCC, kehadiran mereka bermakna dan mereka telah menyatakan penghargaan luar biasa cara pengendalian sidang, persiapannya dan perisian kenyataan bersama. Terima kasih. Yes. No question. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Actually, my question is some international issues, which is first is 22nd. We know that some international students and scholars in Harvard University will be sent back, which influenced 6,800 students. We just don't know.
We will deal it. We will deal with it. We will deal with it and at the right time. Okay, next. Because I want to confine to ASEAN, GCC, and China.
Prime Minister, I'm with China Media Group.
Yes.
I'd like to ask, we've seen that report that the Sultan of Brunei is hospitalized. Is it true? Can you confirm it? Thank you.
Well, he's feeling a bit tired, so he's just resting at the ASEAN.
Prime Minister, I'm with China Media Group. Earlier on, you spoke of Malacca and highlighted Malaysia's historic position as a bridge between China and the Middle East. How can Malaysia further leverage this very unique position to strengthen this trilateral cooperation? And how do you would assess China's role today in promoting the regional development and integration within ASEAN? Thank you.
No, I've alluded to the fact that last month was an extremely successful visit by President Xi Jinping, and now we have Premier Li Qiang, which indicates that focus not only to Malaysia but ASEAN and GCC. Malacca, because historically we have that center, a major cosmopolitan center and an international port that will find this engagement with both East and West, for example, very heavy with China, India, and of course international, as Tommy Pires in his account would elaborate. So I'm saying it's not something new. That is why sometimes when people talk of globalization, they refer to only the impact of or an influence of the West. It's not necessarily so. If you understand history, that you realize the 1454 journey of Admiral Cheng He, then we have Malacca. I think Cheng He's visit to Malacca were about 4 or 5 times, I'm not sure, so not certain, but then you can sense that sort of engagement. So I think now we have new leadership in ASEAN and in the Middle East, but more so all in China. They have realized that we should work and strengthen that collaboration, mainly focusing on the economy and to secure peace in the region. Right?
Hi, Dato Seri. Hi, Dato Seri.
Yes.
Vignesh from Bernama. So, Dato Seri, I would like to ask on the Timor-Leste status after a few days of deliberation and various level meetings, because earlier the Prime Minister was giving candies to the media personnel.
The essential to ASEAN, you mean?
Status of Timor-Leste.
Well, Timor-Leste was considered. Of course, we have been working very hard. There were, parameters and pillars that need to be met: political, economic, legal, and they have tried very hard. Malaysia and a number of Indonesia and a number of countries have assisted in many possible ways to ensure that they meet these preconditions set up consistently even prior to this for any entry into ASEAN. And I would say that we are quite satisfied. So the decision was clearly to agree that they would become and be accepted as a full member by the next session in October. But of course, subject to one or two actions or reform to be undertaken, particularly to fulfill one or two conditions on the economic pillar. But the decision, the consensus was that we'll do whatever is necessary to ensure that they come in by October into ASEAN as a full member. I think that is also in the statement. Yeah. All right?
Dato Seri, I'm from the Associated Press. Just 2 short questions. Number 1, is ASEAN planning to launch FTA talks with GCC? And number 2,
planning to launch what?
FTA talks. And number 2, there are some views that ASEAN...
The first question, the answer is yes. Yeah. Second?
That ASEAN seems to be tilting towards China with more partnerships and alliances. What's your view on this?
There's been this perception all along. That's why I made it clear in my original statement to the ASEAN leaders that on the after the recommendations by the foreign ministers in their first meeting in January in Langkawi, is to continue to engage both with the United States and China, at the same time with other countries. But so following that, I wrote to President Donald J. Trump to say that the foreign ministers, on the recommendation of foreign ministers, we agree to proceed with United States ASEAN Summit. That was written. Then we have this ASEAN GCC China Summit. So I don't think it's still thing in any way. I mean, if it's tomorrow, I receive a letter from President Trump to say, yes, we'll have a summit in June, or not June, it's too fast, but then in the next few months, I mean, we don't have a problem. What is the ASEAN's position? It's centrality. What is the focus? Welfare, well-being of our people, economic relations, trade, investments. So if it means working with the Chinese, yes, we'll do. The United States, yes, we have to, because as you know, Malaysia in particular is considered to have become the hub for semiconductor, and over 60% of our exports are to the United States. It makes a lot of sense to continue to engage and have reasonably good relations.
One last question from the media.
I'll try one more time. Dato Seri, Jan Hino from AFP. Perhaps it's a forward-looking question. I think my colleagues have asked most of the other questions that I wanted to ask, but perhaps it's a forward-looking question. Can you give us an idea what your expectation is when ASEAN meets again in October? What would you like to see at that point have happened, and what are your expectations for the next meeting? Thank you.
Thank you. You know, this experience, due to the work of many of our officials and then translated into this sort of recommendation, is quite unprecedented. Things that normally would be deliberated or discussed in October has been done now. And we are moving forward. That, I think, to my mind, is a major change. Even on the issue of Myanmar, the consensus to continue to engage, and now we have gone to a stage where both parties are now in consultation, although at the lower key level, and to just focus on prolonged ceasefire or expanded ceasefire, then, or extended ceasefire, I'm sorry, then humanitarian assistance. And then proceeding with that, the initial discussion, but subjected to or confined to the broad parameters under the 5-point consensus. All right? Now, to me, it is certainly not a departure, but major progress in terms of getting them in. Timor-Leste, for example, after being protracted sort of negotiations with terms and no real consensus, but this time, finally, we reach a consensus. On tariff, for example, while proceeding with bilateral negotiations, Zafar was there in the States, but the consensus was to have some sort of understanding amongst ASEAN that decisions should not be at the expense of any other country. So we will have to protect the turf of 650 or 660 million people. So I think, to me, is a major progress. Now, from there, of course, the ministers, various ministries and the officials will have to work on what can then be affected in terms of real implementation of programs by October. Now, if you see the spirit of the ASEAN consensus and determination to be, I, of course, participate a long time ago and recently, these last 2.5, 3 years, I've never seen such a plain, strong commitment. There's no choice. There's
we must take whatever is necessary. FTAs, of course, GCC, FTA with EU, economic, intra-ASEAN trade, everybody admit something more to be done, more concrete. So by October, we want to see results. At the same time, we have PIANEGA, and then we have IMTGT. I mean, all these are being discussed, not in terms of pronouncements, but to effect real change would benefit our ordinary person. And I really sense this as a huge, dramatic change in terms of the attitude. We want it done, and everything must be in the name of ASEAN. I mean, people talk about even South China Sea was discussed in the Code of Conduct. And we can see this is exchanges even between the Philippines and Premier Lee Chiang. Sometimes through me, but sometimes directly. I'm not saying that all issues can be resolved now, but at least there is real, meaningful, positive engagement. And that is the new spirit of ASEAN. I am personally, of course, excited because I can see this more seriousness. Because otherwise, we talk about cohesiveness, to working together, but in terms of intra-ASEAN trade, in terms of making common decision to protect our turf in ASEAN, in geopolitical issues, sometimes we do not necessarily share. Because people have their own national agenda. But not this time. They say, yes, we can go on to bilateral meetings, we can continue with bilateral engagements, but never, ever sacrifice the interests of the ordinary person and the interests of ASEAN as a whole. Terima kasih, maraming salamat, kamka, sese, nandri, lagi apa? Arigatou gozaimasu.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ASEAN Business Summit. The Most Honorable Prime Minister, we are most grateful for your time tonight despite your hectic schedule. You have been instrumental in steering ASEAN's agenda this year, bringing our region and in fact large global economies closer, driving new growth opportunities and showing that unity remains our greatest strength in these uncertain times. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said about ASEAN's strengths. ASEAN is on track to become the world's 4th largest economy by 2030. ASEAN is young, dynamic, and digitally connected. ASEAN is one of the fastest growing consumer markets anywhere. Yet, ASEAN is also often misunderstood. Some say our progress is uneven. Some say we move too slowly. Some say our diversity holds us back. But what makes ASEAN special is exactly that. ASEAN was never meant to be perfect or uniform. Our uniqueness lies in our diversity of languages, culture, economies, and even politics. For nearly 6 decades, we have not only endured, but advanced. We turn our diversity into strength through strong partnerships, pragmatism, and resilience. And in many ways, CIMB is built on that same foundation. We are an ASEAN bank with presence across 10 countries, diverse in people and perspectives, but united in purpose. CIMB's purpose is clear: to advance customers and society. This purpose drives everything we do. How then does CIMB advance ASEAN? CIMB advances our 30 million regional customers across every segment of society. CIMB advances growth, mobilizing over $100 billion in loans to support businesses, power trade, and fuel cross-border investments. CIMB advances Islamic finance. Half of our Malaysian bank is Sharia compliant, and we are now the 2nd largest Islamic bank in Indonesia, the world's most populous Muslim nation. CIMB advances digital. Today, 2 out of 3 Malaysians use our Touch and Go Digital as their everyday wallet. In the Philippines, 1 in 10 Filipinos bank with our digital bank. But growth means little if it is not shared. CIMB advances the SMEs and B40s through our digital and fintech solutions. CIMB advances society. We invest in education, sports, the arts, and in environmental causes. We've committed $50 million until 2030. And most importantly, CIMB advances talent. The CIMB ASEAN Scholarship is now in its 10th year, nurturing 130 future leaders from across the region. These examples of progress, inclusion, and partnership capture the very spirit of ASEAN. They show that CIMB is committed to make sure everybody wins, because we strongly believe when we lift others, we all rise together. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, let us recognize this truth. ASEAN is not just part of the global growth story. ASEAN is the growth story. And CIMB will continue to play our part to connect markets, empower communities, and drive progress across our region. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to partnering you to meet your banking needs. Thank you, and I wish you all a wonderful evening.
In the heart of Southeast Asia, a nation rises with purpose. Malaysia, your strategic gateway, globally connected, built for scale, and powered by world-class talent. This is where ideas ignite and sustainability meets strategy. Malaysia, your strategic hub in Southeast Asia, where tomorrow is already in motion.
Please welcome to the stage Tengku Zafrul Aziz, Malaysia's Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry.
Honourable Prime Minister, Trade Minister, Mr. Sidhu, I'm going to keep this very short. I made sure I left my script, my speech there. Just like to say thank you, Honourable Prime Minister, for making it to this event. It's been a very tiring day. The Prime Minister started at 7:30 a.m. and he has another event after this. So just a few things, just three things if I can share with all of you here today. Firstly, for ASEAN, it's a very important, momentous occasion, especially for the economic ministers, the trade ministers. We signed an upgrade of the ASEAN Trade and Goods Agreement today. And tomorrow we'll be signing an upgrade of the ASEAN-China FTA. And tomorrow we'll also have, for the first time since the signing of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, RCEP, the leaders' meeting since the year 2020. So there are many things that are happening, but what's important is that these things are happening when people are questioning the economic model. People are questioning whether multilateralism still works. And here in ASEAN, we are together and we continue to believe in a rule-based trading system with WTO at its core. Of course, the Prime Minister thinks WTO still needs reform, but at the same time, we are here together. We show that we are driven by the principle of centrality and the principle of neutrality. And at the same time, the second point I'd like to share with you is that today, sir, we have the business groups. There are many business summits, and the Prime Minister chose only one, and he attends the Bloomberg. So thank you, Bloomberg, for making it. And my final point, I have to talk a bit about Malaysia. So Malaysia, as everyone here knows, we are the #1 country in terms of investments. I have to say this, sir. Please. And partly because of what we have achieved is we have the right ecosystem, the stability, and the early growth GDP forecast shown that we're going to achieve 5.2% in the third quarter. And if we look at where we are today, look at all the economic parameters, inflation, unemployment, interest rate, etc., we are moving in the right direction. And this year, for the first 6 months, we recorded investment up 18%, trade is up 5%, and GDP, we're probably going to surpass the forecast of 4 to 4.8%. So to me, the Prime Minister is our best salesman, so I'm going to let him speak now, and I hope that all of us in this room will continue to believe in ASEAN and continue to believe in Malaysia. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister Zafrul. And now it is my privilege to invite the Honourable Prime Minister of Malaysia and Chair of ASEAN 2025 to deliver his address. Prime Minister, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Terima kasih. Thank you again to Tengku Zafrul, Sidhu and the Deputy Minister, of course Bloomberg, and CIMB, of course. Thank you. CIMB have little choice when Zafrul is involved. But thank you very much. As mentioned by Zafrul, been a long day, but it's worth the effort. We had, I should say, excellent or fruitful meeting with President Donald Trump. We got him to dance initially so that things cool off a bit better. I was fully briefed
and exchanges have been useful. I mean, the ride with him in the car allowed me to raise some very, very pertinent questions close to our heart on multilateralism, or the need to maintain centrality of ASEAN, particularly Malaysia, to engage with the West and the East, to go strong, formidable relations in terms of investment and trade with the United States of America. At the same time, forge a very strong new alliance with China. Oh, mind you, don't envy me on this. But at least I could share with him, frankly, some of these issues. And then to explain to him why the issue, for example, Gaza is very painful and affecting the ramifications throughout the world, and particularly more so in this region. And also gave him the opportunity to articulate his vision, his views. But finally, during the bilateral meeting between Malaysia and President Donald Trump, went very well. We had, I think, Guzafro mentioned this today, that we managed to resolve most of the issues. We told him that, very difficult for an independent country like Malaysia, with, of course, much weaker opposition, they have 1/3 in parliament, but still very vociferous, very strong in their views, to be seen to be submitting, compliant to other powers. So I have assured him that our fundamental focus is, of course, trade and investments. And I mentioned the Bloomberg Business Summit. Yeah. And he said, why? I said, I don't know, you ask Bloomberg. And then, of course, we had the US-ASEAN Summit, where extraordinary patience on the part of President Trump. Most of his advisors were a bit surprised because I took over the chair, and we followed the rules. Opening remarks by the chair, and the opening remarks by the president, and followed by all the leaders, no interruption, and then the response. You didn't see this in Sharm el-Sheikh, but it happened here. So I think ASEAN as a cohesive, formidable group did impress him. The things that we do share in common, there was consensus built on the need to maintain our centrality, to continue to engage with the United States and China and the rest. And for Malaysia, this is more pertinent. And I took, of course, the opportunity to explain Malaysia's position. The statistics, economic figures, of course, Zafrul has alluded to briefly. But I think for Malaysia, it's one of the most politically stable countries, certainly so in the region. And I don't know what you call, if 2/3 majority in parliament should be stable. In fact, when I was in the opposition, I would never believe that why should the government have 2/3 majority. But that was when I was in the opposition. Now I realize if you're stable and there's clarity in terms of policies, a clear direction. You talk about semiconductor strategy, you talk about new industrial master plan, you talk about energy transition or digital transformation, there's clarity of these policies. Once there's clarity, it's easy for policymakers, easy for the investors, both domestic and foreign investors. But we have to steer and be focused. And our initial challenge took over as Prime Minister, the effectiveness, the effective execution of policies. Because people are not familiar with the style. There is whether we need to have commissions. For the elites, we call it commissions. For the poorer segment, we call it corruption. So this with the corruption and commission, to me, is damn bloody same thing. but still, we need to correct these misperceptions and to ensure that we focus also on governance. Most economists, most elites want to talk about economic fundamentals. But to me, without good governance, economic fundamentals don't work because you do not serve the country and the community. So that has been our challenge in the last few years. And we have seen the results initially, both in terms of growth, in terms of even equity, the principles of equity. I'm very passionate about these views because I cannot rationalize. I mean, I think morally unacceptable for any government and political elite to accept gross inequities, grinding poverty in the midst of plenty. So there must be clear policy. Even then, we do shift from the conventional, traditional notion of a new economic policy where we place too much importance to racial composition to a policy based on needs. Yes, affirmative action, but based on needs. Poverty means poverty. The need for social mobility means to deal with those who need the necessary support. So these policies are made clear, and since Zafrul didn't use the text, I'm not going to refer to the text. You know. We can't have the minister outshining the prime minister. So, these are important issues to my mind. Tomorrow I'll have breakfast with Premier Lee Chiang. Yeah. Can you imagine? I was, in the private conversation with President Donald Trump, and tomorrow morning, very private breakfast with Premier Lee Chiang. I mean, that explains that Malaysia is a trading nation. Yes, we have differences, but we cannot be compelled or dictated to insist to follow any particular interest, except to represent our interests and to focus on economic fundamentals, which means business and investments. And I think the main, Zafrul referred to the fact that I'm continuing with one meeting, Mark Carney of Canada, Ramaphosa of South Africa, Antonio Costa of EU, and Lula da Silva of Brazil. Because these are regional heads, I happen to be just a coordinator here, and we will, need to focus on, if you talk about economic fundamentals, and as a trading nation, we need to explore new horizons, new markets. Traditionally, largest trade investments is with the United States. To me, it's no issue. We'll continue to do that. But at the same time, we have seen phenomenal increase of trade and investments with China. But we thought with Canada, with South Africa, with the African continent, with Latin America, there's huge enormous potential. Even within ASEAN, once we admit that this is a relatively one of the freest region in the world, or a peaceful region in the world, it is the fastest growing economy in the world. What we lack within ASEAN is intra-ASEAN trade and investments. And we're now pushing that agenda ahead. ASEAN power grid, for example. Digitalization and connectivity in the region. Other than issues of food security, maritime security, and etc. Even maritime security, can you imagine? We made a deal with the United States to try and enhance our capabilities in terms of maritime. At the same time, tomorrow we'll get China to be equally involved. We are involved with India to protect the maritime stability of the Indian Ocean. It's no issue. People do talk about South China Sea, etc., etc. But I think for an emerging economy, for a trading nation in the region which is peaceful, it is our task to ensure that this region remains peaceful. We talk about the Cambodia-Thailand border crisis. Well, it is small compared to some other major upheavals, but to us it's huge. The moment there was a conflict, some shooting, then immediately all my colleagues then say, look, Anwar, let's do something. We contacted them and persuaded them come to Kuala Lumpur. And of course, President Trump also did make calls to them. And that's why we signed the accord witnessed by President Trump and Anwar. So fair. But what I want to suggest to you is that because this region is considered to be the most peaceful in the region in the world, even small skirmishes is big to us. And to me, it augurs very well for the future of this region. Similarly, this problem in Myanmar, it is still problematic. We have formulated this 5-point consensus, some of the broad parameters that all ASEAN countries have agreed to, but still, we continue to engage. I met the military junta chief twice, once in Bangkok and once in Beijing, and to tell him that no arguments, ceasefire is a must. Otherwise, no point talking. And that was a precondition for us to support them in terms of humanitarian assistance, particularly after the earthquake, devastating earthquake, and setting up the military hospital or the field hospital. And they agreed with the terms. Yes, there are skirmishes, but certainly much smaller as compared to what happened in the last few years. We have 200,000 refugees from Myanmar or Rohingyas here. But in the last 1 year, we don't encounter such a problem.